Close your eyes, let your mind travel back through time. Tonight we journey to a lost civilization, a civilization that vanished completely. The world forgot it ever existed. Picture this moment. The year is 1856. British engineers are building a railway. They are working in Punjab, India. They need bricks for construction. Workers find an ancient mound. The mound is filled with perfect bricks. These bricks are amazing. They are harder than modern bricks. They are more durable than anything we make today. The workers take these ancient bricks. They use them to build their railway. They have no idea what they're doing. They are destroying Harappa. This was one of humanity's greatest cities. Harappa housed 40,000 people. It had sophisticated drainage systems. It had perfectly planned streets. People lived there in comfort. This was 2,500 years before Christ. Tonight you will discover the most mysterious civilization. You will witness the Indus Valley civilization. You will walk through their cities. You will see their water systems. You will marvel at their peaceful society. This society lasted over 1,000 years. It lasted longer than any empire in history. Tonight you will learn their entire story. The Indus Valley people were remarkable. They built cities when others lived in villages. They created standardized weights and measures. Other civilizations barely understood counting. They developed a writing system. We still cannot read this writing today. Their script holds ancient secrets. These secrets have puzzled scholars for over a century. Tonight you will learn about these mysteries. You will discover Harappa tonight. You will explore Mohenjo-daro. These were among the world's first great cities. They had wide streets. The streets were laid out in perfect grids. Every house had running water. Every house had private toilets. Their drainage systems were incredible. They would not be matched for thousands of years. Tonight you will see how they built these systems. You will discover Dolavira tonight. This was their water conservation marvel. This city collected rainwater perfectly. It stored water with incredible efficiency. You will explore Lothal. This was their great port city. Ships came from distant lands. They brought treasures to carefully engineered docks. You will uncover Kalibangan's secrets. Archaeologists found the world's earliest ploughed field there. The Indus Valley civilization was enormous. It stretched across a vast area. It was larger than ancient Egypt. It was larger than ancient Mesopotamia. It covered parts of Pakistan. It covered parts of India. It covered parts of Afghanistan. Over 1,500 settlements have been found. Each one reveals new mysteries. Each one tells us more about these people. Tonight you will visit the most important sites. Time is running short for these places. Modern development threatens them. Climate change erodes the evidence. Each year we lose more clues. Each year we lose more of their story. This makes tonight's journey precious. This makes their story urgent. We must learn about them now. These people achieved something extraordinary. They created civilization without warfare. No weapons of war have been found. No battle scenes decorate their art. No massive walls protected their cities. Yet they prospered for 1,000 years. They lived in peace for generations. Tonight you will discover how they did this. They were master craftsmen. Their tiny beads were perfectly made. Modern machines cannot replicate them. Their bronze sculptures show incredible skill. Their pottery was both beautiful and practical. Their seals are masterpieces. They carved mysterious symbols on them. They carved animals on them. These seals are works of art. Tonight you will see these amazing creations. You will learn about their water management. They lived in a challenging climate. They built reservoirs and channels. They captured every drop of rain. They created public baths. These baths may have been spiritual places. They engineered sewerage systems. These systems kept their cities clean. These systems kept their cities healthy. Tonight you will discover their engineering secrets. You will meet the dancing girl tonight. She's a bronze figurine from Mohenjo-daro. She shows a confident young woman. Her bangles speak of prosperity. Her jewelry shows artistic achievement. You will encounter the priest king. He wears a trefoil-patterned robe. His expression is meditative. These sculptures are windows into their world. They show us the faces of ancient people. You will explore their trade networks. These networks reached across the world. Indus Valley seals appear in Mesopotamian cities. Their goods travelled thousands of miles. They travelled by land and sea. They exported cotton textiles. They exported precious beads. They exported ivory carvings. They imported silver from Afghanistan. They imported gold from Karnataka. They imported lapis lazuli from distant mountains. The greatest mystery is their writing. Over 4,000 examples exist. The symbols appear on seals. They appear on pottery. They appear on metal objects. No one can read what they wrote. Their language died with them. Their stories remain locked away. Their laws remain unknown. Their poetry is lost forever. You will witness their decline tonight. Climate change dried their rivers. The mighty Sarasvati River sustained millions. This river slowly disappeared. Cities were gradually abandoned. People migrated to new lands. Yet their influence lived on. It continued in later cultures. Tonight you will trace this influence. As you begin this journey, relax completely. Let this ancient story calm your mind. Let the mystery carry you towards sleep. Let the wonder of these people soothe you. Tonight you become part of their story. You walk in their footsteps. You join the Indus Valley people in time. We begin in the time before history. The first farmers settled along fertile rivers. Humanity took its first steps towards cities. This is the entire history of the Indus Valley civilization. The railway workers continued their task. They had no idea they were making history. They were simply following orders. Build the railway quickly. Use whatever materials you can find. The ancient bricks were perfect for their needs. These bricks had survived thousands of years. They were stronger than new bricks. They were already perfectly shaped. The workers loaded cart after cart with these ancient treasures. Captain Alexander Cunningham arrived in the area. He was Britain's first archaeological surveyor of India. Cunningham had heard rumours about ancient ruins. He came to investigate in the 1870s. What he found amazed him. Cunningham saw carved seals at the site. These seals were unlike anything he had seen before. They showed strange animals. They displayed mysterious symbols. Some seals showed a bull with a single horn. Others showed figures in yoga-like poses. The locals called this place Harappa. They had been taking bricks from here for generations. They used the ancient bricks to build their homes. They used them to build their wells. An entire village was built from ancient civilization. Cunningham made careful drawings of the seals. He published his findings in archaeological reports, but he misunderstood what he'd found. He thought these were Buddhist remains. He believed they were maybe 2,000 years old. Cunningham could not imagine the truth. These artifacts were actually 4,000 years old. They came from a civilization older than Buddhism. They came from a time before the Buddha was even born. The brick robbing continued for decades. Entire buildings disappeared brick by brick. Countless archaeological treasures were destroyed. Priceless artifacts were lost forever. But this destruction also served a purpose. The brick robbing exposed deeper layers. It revealed more ancient structures. It uncovered streets and drainage systems. Without knowing it, the brick robbers were doing archaeology. They were revealing the ancient city layer by layer. Other sites faced the same fate. At Mohenjo-Daro in Sindh, local people took bricks. They had been doing this for centuries. The site was slowly being dismantled. Ancient walls became modern buildings. British engineers heard about these brick sources. The bricks were famous for their quality. They were harder than anything modern kilns could produce. The British began using them for major construction projects. Miles of railway track were built using Harappan bricks. These bricks carried the weight of steam engines. They supported the infrastructure of the British Empire. Ancient civilization was literally supporting modern progress. But some artifacts survived the destruction. Local people kept interesting objects. They passed down carved seals through families. They treasured small figurines and ornaments. These family collections would prove invaluable later. Traders began collecting antiquities from the sites. They sold carved seals to British officers. They sold figurines to collectors. A black market in Harappan artifacts developed. Many pieces ended up in private collections. Some artifacts reached museums in London. Scholars began to study them there. They noticed the sophisticated craftsmanship. They observed the mysterious writing system. Questions began to multiply. What civilization had created these masterpieces? When had they lived in the Indus Valley? How had they achieved such artistic skill? Why had history forgotten them completely? The local people had their own stories. They told tales of ancient kings and kingdoms. They spoke of cities buried beneath the earth. They described treasures hidden in the ground. But no one connected these stories to the archaeological remains. Meanwhile, the destruction continued. Monsoon rains washed away exposed walls. Wind and weather eroded ancient structures. Time was running out for these archaeological sites. A few British officers became curious. They began collecting artifacts more systematically. They started taking photographs of important finds. They tried to record the locations where objects were found. But systematic archaeology was still decades away. The scientific methods had not yet arrived. Most finds were removed without proper documentation. The context was lost forever. The ancient bricks continued to disappear. Each cartload represented lost history. Each brick removed was a piece of the puzzle taken away. The race between destruction and discovery had begun. Everything changed in 1921. Sir John Marshall became Director General of the Archaeological Survey of India. Marshall was a trained archaeologist. He understood the importance of systematic excavation. He knew how to read the clues hidden in ancient sites. Marshall had worked in Greece and Crete. He had experience with Bronze Age civilizations. He recognized sophisticated urban planning when he saw it. His trained eye could spot the signs of advanced culture. Marshall sent teams to both Harappa and Mohenjo-daro. He appointed competent archaeologists to lead the excavations. R.D. Banerjee took charge at Mohenjo-daro. Rai Bahadur Dayaram Sahni worked at Harappa. The first proper excavations began in 1921. What the archaeologists found exceeded all expectations. They uncovered planned cities with straight streets. They found advanced drainage systems. They discovered standardized weights and measures. This was not a simple village culture. This was urban civilization at its finest. The cities showed evidence of central planning. The construction showed advanced engineering knowledge. The artifacts displayed sophisticated craftsmanship. Marshall realized he had discovered something extraordinary. This civilization was contemporary with ancient Egypt. It was as old as early Mesopotamia, but it showed unique characteristics. It was distinctly different from other ancient civilizations. The pottery was unlike anything found elsewhere. The seals showed a unique artistic style. The city planning was more advanced than contemporary sites. The drainage systems were superior to those of ancient Rome. Marshall published his findings in 1924. His announcement shocked the archaeological world. He had discovered a third great civilization. It ranked alongside Egypt and Mesopotamia. It was older than classical Greece and Rome. The Illustrated London News carried Marshall's announcement. The headline read, "A New Chapter in the History of the World." This was not an exaggeration. The discovery changed our understanding of human civilization. Marshall called it the Indus Valley Civilization. He named it after the river that sustained it. Later scholars would call it the Harappan Civilization. They named it after Harappa, the first site to be scientifically excavated. Marshall compared the finds to other civilizations. The cities were larger than early Egyptian towns. The planning was more sophisticated than early Mesopotamian cities. The craftsmanship rivaled the best ancient work, but there were puzzling differences. No palaces had been found, no temples were clearly identifiable, no obvious weapons of war appeared. This seemed to be a peaceful civilization. The absence of royal tombs was striking. Other civilizations left elaborate burials for their kings. The Harappan seemed more egalitarian. Their society appeared less hierarchical than others. Marshall developed theories about Harappan society. He believed they worshipped a mother goddess. He thought they practiced tree and animal worship. He suggested they had proto-Hindu beliefs. Some of his theories proved wrong, others remained debatable, but Marshall established the foundation. He created the framework for understanding this civilization. All later research would build on his work. Marshall's team worked for decades at both sites. They uncovered vast areas of both cities. They documented thousands of artifacts. They established the basic chronology of the civilization. The work was not easy. The sites were remote and difficult to reach. The climate was harsh and challenging. Funding was always limited, but the team persevered. Local workers became skilled excavators. They learned to spot important artifacts. They understood the value of careful documentation. Many families worked on these excavations for generations. The excavations revealed the enormous size of these cities. Harappa covered over 150 hectares. Mohenjo-Daro was even larger. These were among the largest cities of their time anywhere in the world. Marshall realized this was just the beginning. He suspected many more sites existed. He organized surveys across the Indus Valley region. His teams began finding Harappan sites everywhere they looked. By the 1930s, the scope of the civilization was becoming clear. It extended across a vast area. It included hundreds of settlements. It was larger than any other Bronze Age civilization. Marshall's work established scientific standards. He insisted on careful documentation. He required detailed photography of all finds. He maintained proper records of excavation contexts. His methods became the model for Indian archaeology. Training programs were established at the sites. A new generation of Indian archaeologists learned their craft at Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro. The excavations revealed a vast civilization. Site after site yielded Harappan artifacts. Each location added new pieces to the puzzle. Each discovery expanded our understanding of these ancient people. Harappa became the type site for the entire civilization. This is where the first systematic excavations took place. This is where the basic characteristics were first identified. Everything else would be compared to Harappa. Harappa sits on the banks of the Ravi River. The city once controlled river trade routes. It was perfectly positioned for commerce. Rivers provided water, transportation, and fertile soil. The excavations at Harappa revealed impressive fortifications. Massive walls surrounded the city. These walls were built of fired brick. They were designed to protect against floods, not enemies. Inside the walls, archaeologists found residential areas. Houses were built around central courtyards. Each house had private wells and bathrooms. The planning showed careful urban design. Harappa had different quarters for different activities. There was a residential area for ordinary citizens. There was a citadel area with larger buildings. There were workshop areas for crafts and industries. The granaries at Harappa were enormous. They could store grain for the entire population. The design allowed for air circulation. This prevented the stored grain from spoiling. Mohenjo-Daro means Mound of the Dead in Sindhi. This name came from local legend. People believed the mound contained ancient burials. They had no idea it contained an entire city. Mohenjo-Daro is located in the Sindh province. It sits in the Indus River Valley. The site covers more than 200 hectares. Only a fraction has been excavated so far. The Great Bath is Mohenjo-Daro's most famous structure. This rectangular pool was built with incredible precision. The bricks were laid with waterproof mortar. The engineering was remarkably advanced. The Great Bath measures 12 meters long and 7 meters wide. It is 2.4 meters deep. Steps lead down into the pool from both ends. Small rooms surround the main bath area. Was this a religious site or a public amenity? Scholars still debate its purpose. The careful construction suggests it was important. The central location implies public significance. Mohenjo-Daro's drainage system was extraordinary. Every house connected to covered drains. These drains carried wastewater away from homes. The system was more advanced than medieval European cities. The main streets had carefully constructed sewers. These sewers had manholes for cleaning and maintenance. The entire system sloped toward the river. Gravity carried the wastewater away naturally. Dorlavira sits on an island in the Rann of Kutch. This location seems harsh and inhospitable today, but during Harappan times it was an oasis. It had abundant water and fertile soil. Dorlavira shows the most sophisticated water management. The city had elaborate systems for collecting rainwater. Every drop was precious in this semi-arid environment. 16 reservoirs were carved into the rock at Dorlavira. These reservoirs could store enormous amounts of water. They sustained the city through dry seasons. The engineering was masterful. The city had 3 distinct sections. The citadel occupied the highest ground. The middle town housed the general population. The lower town contained workshops and storage areas. Dorlavira also had the world's first known signboard. Large letters were mounted on the city gate. These letters were made of white stone. They spelled out something in Harappan script. Lothal was the great port city of the Harappans. It was located near the Arabian Sea coast. Rivers connected it to the ocean. Ships from distant lands docked at Lothal. The dockyard at Lothal was an engineering marvel. It was carved from solid rock. It could accommodate ships of considerable size. A channel connected it to the river. The dock had special features for ship maintenance. There were facilities for loading and unloading cargo. Warehouses stored goods waiting for transport. The entire complex was carefully planned. Lothal's workshops produced goods for export. Bead-making was a major industry here. The tiny beads were works of art. They were traded across the ancient world. Kalabangan means black bangles in Hindi. The site got this name from numerous black bangles found there. These bangles were made from shell and terracotta. Kalabangan yielded the world's earliest evidence of ploughed agriculture. Archaeologists found furrows in hardened soil. These furrows showed the pattern of ancient ploughing. The fields were over 4,000 years old. The city had unusual fire altars. These brick structures may have been used for rituals. Similar altars appear at other Harappan sites. They suggest shared religious practices. Rakhigarhi is the largest known Harappan site. It covers over 350 hectares. This makes it larger than Harappa or Mohenjo-Daro. Recent excavations have revealed its enormous size. Rakhigarhi sits in Haryana, India. It was perfectly positioned near the Sarasvati River. This river was the lifeline of Harappan civilization. It provided water for millions of people. The site has yielded remarkable discoveries. Advanced drainage systems have been uncovered. Sophisticated craft workshops have been found. The pottery shows the highest artistic achievement. Each site adds to our understanding. Each excavation reveals new mysteries. Together they show the scope of Harappan achievement. They demonstrate the unity and diversity of this remarkable civilization. Now we journey even further back in time. We leave the great cities behind. We travel to the very beginning of this story. We go to a time when humans first learned to farm. We discover how civilization began in this ancient land. Picture the world 9,000 years ago. Most humans lived as hunters and gatherers. They moved constantly in search of food. They had no permanent homes. They owned only what they could carry. But something extraordinary was happening in the foothills of Balochistan. A group of people made a revolutionary choice. They decided to stay in one place. They began to grow their own food. This decision would change human history forever. The site was called Mergar. This name means place of compassion in the local language. Mergar sits in the Kachi plain of Balochistan. It lies near the Bolan Pass. This pass connects the Indus Valley to Central Asia. Mergar was perfectly positioned for early farming. The climate was ideal for growing crops. Rivers provided fresh water for irrigation. The soil was fertile and rich. Wild animals could be domesticated nearby. The first farmers arrived at Mergar around 7000 BCE. They brought knowledge of agriculture with them. They knew how to plant wheat and barley. They understood how to domesticate cattle and goats. These early people built simple mud brick houses. The houses had multiple rooms. Families could store grain in separate chambers. They had spaces for different activities. This showed they were planning for permanent settlement. The farmers at Mehrgarh were innovators. They developed new varieties of wheat. They improved their farming techniques. They learned to make better tools. Each generation built upon the knowledge of their ancestors. Agriculture changed everything about human life. People could produce more food than they needed. This created the first surplus in human history. Surplus food allowed some people to specialize in other activities. Some people became potters. They learned to make clay vessels for storage. Their early pottery was simple but functional. It could hold grain, water, and other necessities. Pottery revolutionized food storage and preparation. Other people became craftsmen. They worked with stone to make better tools. They learned to work copper into useful objects. They began making beads and ornaments. Specialized crafts were being born. The domestication of animals was equally important. Cattle provided milk and meat. They could pull plows through heavy soil. Goats and sheep gave milk, meat, and wool. Water buffalo helped with farming tasks. Dogs were among the first animals domesticated. They helped with hunting and protection. Cats controlled rodents that threatened stored grain. Each domesticated animal made life easier and more secure. Trade began early at Mehrgarh. People traded surplus crops for things they needed. They exchanged tools and pottery with neighboring groups. They traded raw materials like stone and copper. Commerce was beginning to develop. The dead were buried with care at Mehrgarh. Bodies were placed in specific positions. Personal belongings were buried with them. This showed belief in an afterlife. It demonstrated respect for deceased family members. Women held important positions in early Mehrgarh society. Female figurines suggest goddess worship. Women controlled many aspects of daily life. They managed food production and distribution. Gender roles were different from later civilizations. Population grew steadily at Mehrgarh. Success in farming led to larger families. More children survived to adulthood. The settlement expanded over time. New areas were developed for housing and farming. Technology advanced rapidly during this period. Better farming tools were developed. New techniques for pottery making emerged. Copper working became more sophisticated. Knowledge accumulated generation by generation. The people of Mehrgarh were building the foundation. They were creating the skills needed for civilization. They were developing the social organization necessary for urban life. They were preparing the way for the great cities to come. Mehrgarh lasted for over 3,000 years. Generation after generation lived and worked there. They refined their farming techniques. They improved their crafts. They expanded their trade networks. Other sites began appearing across the region. People carried Mehrgarh's innovations to new areas. They established farming communities throughout the Indus Valley. The agricultural revolution was spreading. Each new farming settlement learned from Mehrgarh. They adapted the techniques to local conditions. They developed their own specializations. A network of farming communities began to emerge. The pottery became more sophisticated over time. Decorative patterns appeared on vessels. Different shapes served different purposes. Pottery styles began to standardize across regions. This showed increasing cultural unity. Burial practices evolved during this long period. Graves became more elaborate. More goods were buried with the dead. This suggested increasing social complexity. It showed growing belief in spiritual matters. Trade networks expanded beyond the local region. Seashells appeared far from the ocean. Precious stones traveled long distances. Raw materials moved between different communities. Economic systems were becoming more complex. The descendants of Mehrgarh began something new around 3300 BCE. They started building larger settlements. They began organizing society differently. They developed new technologies. This was the early Harappan phase. This period marked a crucial transition. Small farming villages were growing into towns. Simple societies were becoming more complex. Local cultures were beginning to merge. Something bigger was taking shape across the Indus Valley. The early Harappan settlements were larger than before. Some covered several hectares. They housed hundreds of families. Streets were laid out more systematically. Public areas began to appear. Pottery styles started to standardize during this period. The same shapes appeared at sites across the region. Similar decorative patterns spread everywhere. This showed increasing cultural contact between communities. Craft specialization increased dramatically. Some settlements focused on bead making, others specialized in pottery production. Metalworking became more sophisticated. Different communities developed different specialties. The wheel was invented during this period. At first, it was used only for pottery making. Potters could shape vessels more perfectly. They could work more quickly and efficiently. The wheel revolutionized craft production. Soon people began using wheels for transportation. Carts could carry heavier loads. They could travel longer distances. Trade became easier and more profitable. The wheel transformed both crafts and commerce. Writing may have begun during this phase. Simple symbols appeared on pottery. These symbols may have indicated ownership. They might have marked quantities or contents. The Indus script was beginning to develop. Trade networks expanded dramatically during this period. Goods moved across hundreds of kilometers. Raw materials traveled from mountains to sea. Finished products reached distant markets. A complex economy was emerging. Standardized weights appeared at this time. These weights were based on precise mathematical ratios. The same weight standards spread across the entire region. This showed sophisticated understanding of mathematics and commerce. Urban planning began during the early Harappan phase. Streets were laid out in grid patterns. Drainage systems were carefully designed. Public buildings appeared in central locations. Cities were being planned before they were built. Social stratification became more obvious. Some houses were larger than others. Some graves contained more valuable goods. Different neighborhoods had different status levels. Society was becoming more hierarchical. Religious practices became more elaborate. Special buildings may have been temples. Figurines suggested goddess worship continued. Fire altars appeared at some sites. Spiritual life was becoming more organized. The population increased rapidly during this period. Successful farming supported more people. Better tools increased food production. Trade brought wealth and security. Communities grew larger and more prosperous. Technology advanced on many fronts. Bronze working became common. Tools and weapons were made from metal alloys. Farmers used metal plows and sickles. Technology was making life easier and more productive. Contact between regions increased dramatically. Ideas spread quickly across the Indus Valley. Innovations were adopted by distant communities. Cultural unity was developing across a vast area. The early Harappan phase prepared the way for what came next. All the elements of mature civilization were falling into place. Urban planning, standardized crafts, long-distance trade, and social organization were all developing. By 2600 BCE, the foundation was complete. The stage was set for the greatest achievement. The early Harappan phase had created the conditions. The mature civilization was ready to emerge. The environment shaped every aspect of Harappan civilization. The climate determined where people could live. Rivers provided water for farming and transportation. Natural resources supplied raw materials for crafts and trade. The Indus Valley enjoyed ideal conditions for early civilization. Fertile river valleys provided rich farmland. Monsoon rains brought water for crops. Rivers connected communities over long distances. The environment supported dense populations. The mighty Sarasvati River was the lifeline of Harappan civilization. This river was larger than the Indus itself. It flowed through the heart of Harappan territory. More Harappan sites cluster along the Sarasvati than any other river. The Sarasvati began in the Himalayas. Glacial melt fed its waters throughout the year. It flowed southwest through Punjab and Haryana. It reached the sea through the Rann of Kutch. Its valley supported millions of people. The river provided water for irrigation. Farmers could grow crops even in dry seasons. The annual flood deposited fertile silt across the plains. This natural fertilizer enriched the soil every year. The Sarasvati also served as a highway. Boats carried goods up and down the river. People could travel easily between settlements. The river connected mountain communities to coastal ports. It unified the entire civilization. but the Sarasvati was gradually changing. Climate shifts affected the monsoon patterns. Less snow fell in the Himalayas. Glaciers began to retreat slowly. The river's flow decreased over time. The Indus River was equally important. It provided water for the western regions. Cities like Harappa and Mohenjo-daro depended on it. The Indus connected the mountains to the Arabian Sea. Monsoon rains were crucial to Harappan civilization. These seasonal rains brought water to the entire region. They recharged rivers and groundwater. They made agriculture possible across vast areas. The monsoons followed predictable patterns. Summer rains came from the southwest. Winter rains came from the northwest. Farmers planned their crops around these seasonal cycles. Predictable rainfall supported stable agriculture. But monsoons could also be dangerous. Too much rain caused devastating floods. Too little rain brought drought and famine. The Harappans learned to manage these extremes. They built flood defences and water storage systems. Natural resources were abundant in Harappan territory. Copper came from Rajasthan and Balochistan. Gold was found in Karnataka and Afghanistan. Silver was mined in the Hindu Kush mountains. Tin came from Central Asia. Stone for tools came from many sources. Chert and flint were quarried locally. Carnelian came from Gujarat. Lapis lazuli was imported from Afghanistan. Each resource required different trade relationships. The sea provided additional resources. Salt was evaporated from seawater. Shells were collected for decoration and tools. Pearls were harvested from oyster beds. Fish provided protein for coastal communities. Forests supplied timber for construction. Cedar came from the Himalayas. Local trees provided fuel and building materials. Wood was essential for boats, carts, and tools. Forest management was crucial for civilization. The environment also presented challenges. Earthquakes periodically struck the region. Floods could destroy crops and buildings. Droughts threatened water supplies. Climate change gradually altered living conditions. The Harappans adapted to environmental challenges. They built earthquake-resistant structures. They developed flood control systems. They created water storage facilities. They diversified their food sources. Soil salinity was a growing problem. Intensive irrigation left salt deposits in fields. Over time, this made farming difficult. Some areas had to be abandoned. Environmental degradation contributed to civilizational decline. The relationship between environment and civilization was complex. Good conditions allowed the Harappans to prosper. Changing conditions forced them to adapt. Environmental stress eventually contributed to transformation and decline. Understanding the environment helps us understand the Harappans. Their achievements were responses to environmental opportunities. Their innovations were solutions to environmental challenges. They succeeded by working with nature, not against it. The environmental context explains many Harappan characteristics. Their focus on water management reflected environmental necessity. Their trade networks connected different resource zones. Their agricultural techniques suited local conditions. Climate change was a constant factor. The Harappans experienced several centuries of environmental stress. Rivers changed course. Rainfall patterns shifted. Sea levels altered coastal areas. They adapted to all these changes. The environment shaped Harappan culture in subtle ways. Water was sacred because it was precious. Animals were revered because they were useful. Trees were worshipped because they provided shelter and fuel. Culture and environment were deeply connected. By 2600 BCE, everything was ready. The environmental conditions were perfect. The agricultural foundation was solid. The trade networks were established. The stage was set for something extraordinary. The mature Harappan civilization began. This was the golden age of the Indus Valley people. Cities rose from the fertile plains. Urban planning reached new heights. Civilization achieved its greatest expression. The cities that emerged were unlike anything the world had seen before. They were planned from the very beginning. Every street was laid out with precision. Every building fit into a larger design. Nothing was left to chance. Harappa and Mohenjo-daro became magnificent urban centers. They housed tens of thousands of people. Their streets followed perfect grid patterns. Their buildings reached multiple stories. Their infrastructure was incredibly advanced. The grid pattern was revolutionary for its time. Streets ran north to south and east to west. They intersected at right angles. This created rectangular city blocks. Each block contained multiple buildings. The main streets were remarkably wide. They measured up to 10 meters across. This allowed for easy movement of people and goods. Carts could pass each other comfortably. Traffic flow was carefully planned. Smaller streets branched off from the main avenues. These residential streets were 3 to 4 meters wide. They provided access to individual homes. They connected neighborhoods to main thoroughfares. The entire system was logically organized. The drainage system was the most advanced feature. Every house connected to covered drains. These drains ran beneath the streets. They carried wastewater away from residential areas. The engineering was remarkably sophisticated. The covered drains were built of fired brick. They had corbelled roofs to prevent collapse. Manholes provided access for cleaning and maintenance. The entire system sloped toward the rivers. Gravity carried the wastewater away naturally. Private toilets connected to the public drainage system. Each house had its own bathroom facilities. Wastewater flowed through house drains to street sewers. This prevented disease and maintained public health. The sewer system included settling tanks. These tanks allowed solid waste to separate. Clean water continued to the rivers. Sludge could be removed periodically. The system was designed for long-term maintenance. Brick standardization was another remarkable achievement. Harappan bricks followed precise ratios. The standard brick measured 28/14/7 centimeters. This ratio was 4.2.1 in all dimensions. Every brickmaker followed this standard. Standardized bricks had many advantages. They fit together perfectly in construction. They could be manufactured anywhere in the civilization. They made large-scale building projects possible. They showed sophisticated understanding of construction principles. The bricks were made from local clay. They were fired in kilns at high temperatures. This made them incredibly durable. Many Harappan bricks are still intact after 4,000 years. Modern bricks are often less durable. Public architecture showed impressive scale and planning. Large buildings occupied central locations. These structures may have been administrative centers. They certainly served important community functions. The citadel areas contained the largest public buildings. These raised areas overlooked the lower towns. They were protected by massive walls. Important ceremonies may have taken place here. The Great Bath of Mohenjo-Daro represents the pinnacle of Harappan architecture. This structure shows incredible engineering skill. It demonstrates sophisticated understanding of waterproofing and construction. The Great Bath measures 12 meters long by 7 meters wide. It is 2.4 meters deep at the center. Steps lead down from both ends. The entire structure is lined with fired brick. The bricks were set in waterproof mortar. A layer of bitumen provided additional sealing. The engineering prevented any water leakage. The construction has survived for over 4,000 years. Small changing rooms surround the main bath. Each room has a private entrance. Wooden doors once provided privacy. The entire complex was designed for ritual bathing. Was this a temple complex or public facility? Scholars continue to debate its purpose. The careful construction suggests religious significance. The central location implies community importance. The granaries were equally impressive structures. These buildings stored grain for entire cities. They were designed to keep stored food dry and pest-free. The engineering showed deep understanding of food preservation. Harappa's granary was built on a raised platform. This protected the stored grain from flooding. Air gaps between floors prevented moisture damage. Separate storage chambers contained different types of grain. The granary had loading platforms for easy access. Carts could bring grain directly to storage areas. Workers could load and unload efficiently. The design minimized handling and waste. Ventilation systems kept the stored grain fresh. Air channels allowed circulation throughout the building. This prevented spoilage and pest infestation. The design showed sophisticated understanding of preservation principles. Other public buildings served various community functions. Large halls may have been meeting places. Workshops produced goods for local use and export. Residential quarters housed important officials. The urban planning extended beyond individual cities. Roads connected different settlements. Way stations provided rest for travellers. The entire region was integrated into a single system. Water management was crucial in every city. Wells provided fresh water for drinking and cooking. Reservoirs collected rainwater for later use. Channels directed water where it was needed most. De Oliveira showed the most advanced water management. The city collected every drop of rainwater. 16 reservoirs stored water for the dry season. The system could sustain the population through droughts. The reservoirs were carved from solid rock. They were lined with stone to prevent seepage. Steps provided easy access to stored water. The engineering was both practical and beautiful. Stormwater drainage was carefully planned. Channels directed floodwater away from buildings. This prevented damage during heavy rains. The system protected both public and private property. Private architecture showed similar planning and sophistication. Houses followed standard designs adapted to family needs. Each home included essential amenities. The quality of construction was consistently high. Life in a Harappan city followed predictable rhythms. The sun rose over well-planned streets. Families began their daily routines. Craftsmen opened their workshops. Traders prepared for business. The city came alive with purposeful activity. Harappan houses reflected their owners' status and wealth. The smallest homes had just 2 or 3 rooms. These modest dwellings housed ordinary workers and their families. They included basic amenities like private wells and drainage. Middle-class homes were larger and more elaborate. They had central courtyards surrounded by rooms. The courtyard provided light and ventilation. It served as the centre of family life. The largest houses belonged to wealthy merchants and officials. These mansions had multiple courtyards and stories. They contained dozens of rooms for different purposes. Some had private bathrooms with sophisticated drainage. Every house followed certain standard features. Each had a private well for fresh water. Most had private toilets connected to the city drainage. Flat roofs provided additional living space. Ground floors often included workshops or storage areas. Families lived together in these houses for generations. Parents, children, and grandparents shared the same compound. Extended families provided security and support. Each generation contributed to the household economy. The courtyard was the heart of every home. Women prepared food in the courtyard. Children played there under family supervision. Visitors were received in courtyard reception areas. Much of daily life took place in this central space. Cooking was done in designated areas of the courtyard. Clay ovens provided heat for preparing meals. Grinding stones processed grain into flour. Storage jars held water, oil, and other necessities. The kitchen area was carefully organized. Food was simple but nutritious. Wheat and barley provided the basic staples. These grains were ground into flour for bread. Lentils and peas added protein to meals. Vegetables grew in household gardens. Dairy products came from domesticated cattle and water buffalo. Milk, yogurt, and cheese enriched the diet. Chicken and eggs provided additional protein. Fish from rivers and seas added variety to meals. Fruits and nuts were gathered from wild trees. Dates, melons, and grapes grew in household orchards. Sesame seeds provided oil for cooking. Spices added flavor to simple dishes. Clothing was made from cotton and wool. The Harappans were among the first people to cultivate cotton. They spun thread and wove cloth in their own homes. Textile production was a major household activity. Men wore simple robes and loincloths. Women dressed in skirts and shawls. Children wore smaller versions of adult clothing. The wealthy could afford decorated fabrics and imported materials. Personal ornaments showed individual taste and wealth. Both men and women wore jewelry. Necklaces, bracelets, and rings were common. beads made from precious stones decorated the wealthy. Shell bangles were especially popular among women. These were made from conch shells found in distant seas. Wearing shell bangles showed participation in long-distance trade. They were symbols of prosperity and connection. Hair ornaments included pins and combs made from bone and ivory. Men and women styled their hair elaborately. Mirrors made from polished metal helped with grooming. Personal appearance was clearly important. Cosmetics included eye makeup and face paint. Kohl protected eyes from harsh sunlight. Red ochre provided rouge for cheeks and lips. Both practical and decorative purposes were served. Children were cherished members of Harappan families. Toys and games provided entertainment and education. Clay figurines depicted animals and people. These toys helped children learn about their world. Board games challenged older children and adults. Dice made from clay or stone determined moves. Gaming pieces were carefully carved from various materials. Strategy games developed thinking skills. Spinning tops entertained children of all ages. These toys were made from clay or stone. They were decorated with geometric patterns. Playing with tops developed hand-eye coordination. Whistles and other musical instruments provided entertainment. Music was clearly part of Harappan culture. Dancing may have accompanied musical performances. Art shows figures in dancing poses. Education probably took place within families and workshops. Children learned by watching and helping adults. Craft skills were passed from parent to child. Specialized knowledge stayed within craft families. Social stratification was evident but not extreme. The largest houses belonged to the wealthy elite. Middle-class families lived in comfortable homes. Even the poorest families had basic amenities. Wealth differences were visible in housing size and decoration. Rich families had elaborate homes with multiple courtyards. They owned expensive jewelry and imported goods. They controlled trade and craft production. Middle-class families included skilled craftsmen and small traders. They lived in substantial houses with modern amenities. They owned some luxury goods but not excessive wealth. They formed the backbone of Harappan society. Working families lived in smaller but adequate housing. They had access to public facilities and city services. Their children could learn trades and improve their status. Social mobility was possible. Women played important roles in Harappan society. Female figurines suggest goddess worship. Women controlled household production and management. They participated in craft activities and trade. Evidence suggests women had legal rights. They could own property and conduct business. Marriage appears to have been a partnership. Women's work was valued and respected. Burial practices show equal treatment of men and women. Both sexes were buried with personal possessions. Grave goods reflected individual status rather than gender. This suggests social equality between sexes. Harappan craftsmen were masters of their trades. They worked with metals, clay, stone, and organic materials. Their products showed incredible skill and artistry. Technology and art combined in every creation. Metallurgy reached sophisticated levels during the mature Harappan period. Bronze working became common for tools and weapons. Copper was smelted and alloyed with tin. The resulting bronze was harder and more durable than pure copper. Harappan bronzesmiths understood temperature control. They built furnaces that reached exact temperatures. They knew how to maintain heat for proper smelting. Their techniques produced consistently high-quality metals. The famous dancing girl statue shows bronze casting at its finest. This small figurine displays remarkable artistic skill. The lost wax casting process created intricate details. Modern artists struggle to match this ancient achievement. Copper tools were common in every household. Axes, chisels, and knives were made from copper. These tools were sharper and more durable than stone implements. They revolutionized woodworking and other crafts. Goldworking reached high artistic levels. Jewelry makers created intricate designs. They used techniques like granulation and filigree. Gold ornaments showed both wealth and craftsmanship. Silver was imported from distant mountains. Skilled craftsmen made jewelry and decorative objects. Silver vessels may have been used in religious ceremonies. The metal was valued for its beauty and rarity. Lead was used for weights and small objects. Harappan weights followed precise mathematical ratios. The weight system was standardized across the entire civilization. This showed sophisticated understanding of mathematics and commerce. The weight standards were based on binary progression. The smallest unit was about 0.85 grams. Each larger weight doubled the previous one. This system made calculations easy and accurate. Larger weights used a decimal system. They came in ratios of 1, 2, 5, 10, 20, 50, 100, 200, and 500. These weights were used for bulk trade transactions. The system was incredibly advanced for its time. Measuring rods showed similar precision. They were marked with exact divisions. Construction workers used them to maintain building standards. The entire civilization shared the same measurement system. Pottery making reached new levels of sophistication. Harappan potters used the wheel for shaping. This allowed them to create perfectly symmetrical vessels. The quality was consistently high across all sites. The pottery was fired at carefully controlled temperatures. This created strong, durable vessels. Many Harappan pots are still intact after 4,000 years. The firing techniques were clearly mastered. Decorative pottery showed artistic creativity. Geometric patterns covered many vessels. Animal and plant motifs were skillfully painted. Colours remained bright after millennia in the ground. Storage jars could hold large quantities of grain and liquid. These were essential for household and commercial use. The size and shape were standardized for easy handling. Quality control ensured consistent products. Bead making was perhaps the most impressive Harappan craft. Tiny beads were carved from precious stones. Some beads were less than a millimeter in diameter. The precision required incredible skill and eyesight. Carnelian beads were especially prized. These orange-red stones came from Gujarat. Bead makers developed techniques for heating treatment. This enhanced the natural colour of the stones. Etched carnelian beads showed the highest artistry. White patterns were etched onto red stones. The technique involved alkaline treatment. The process was so complex that it was lost for centuries. Steatite beads were mass-produced for export. These soft stones were easy to carve and drill. Workers could produce thousands of identical beads. Quality control ensured consistent size and shape. Long barrel-shaped beads required incredible skill. These were carved from single pieces of stone. Holes were drilled through their entire length. Some beads were over 10 centimeters long. Composite beads combined different materials. Gold caps were fitted over stone cores. Multiple colors created striped patterns. These luxury items showed the highest craftsmanship. Textile production was highly advanced. The Harappans domesticated cotton plants. They developed spinning and weaving techniques. Their cotton fabrics were traded across the ancient world. Spindle whorls show evidence of thread production. These clay discs helped spin fibers into thread. Different sizes created threads of varying thickness. The technology was sophisticated and efficient. Loom weights suggest large-scale weaving operations. Cloth was produced in workshops as well as homes. Standardized production methods created consistent quality. Textiles became a major export industry. Evidence suggests dyeing and printing techniques. Cloth fragments show colored patterns. Mordants fixed dyes permanently in fibers. The Harappans may have invented textile printing. Tool making served both practical and artistic purposes. Stone tools were still used for many tasks, but metal tools became increasingly common. Each material was used for its best qualities. Agricultural implements included plows and sickles. These tools increased farming efficiency. Better tools allowed more land to be cultivated. Agricultural surplus supported urban populations. Carpentry tools included saws, chisels, and adzes. These were needed for construction projects. Wooden carts and boats required skilled woodworking. Tools had to be precise and durable. Harappan art reflects a sophisticated and unified culture. Artists worked in many different materials. They created both practical and decorative objects. Art and function combined in every creation. The most famous Harappan artworks are the carved seals. Over 4,000 seals have been discovered. Each one is a miniature masterpiece. They show incredible skill in stone carving. Most seals are square and measure about 2.5 centimeters per side. They are carved from steatite, a soft stone. The designs are carved in reverse. They were used as stamps to mark clay. Every seal contains mysterious script symbols. These symbols run along the top edge. Below the script, animals and figures are carved. The combination suggests the seals had official purposes. The unicorn is the most common animal on seals. This creature has a single horn and a powerful body. It may represent a real animal seen from the side, or it might be a mythological creature. Bulls appear frequently on Harappan seals. These animals had religious significance. They may have been associated with fertility. Bulls were important in agricultural societies. Elephants show the local environment of Harappan times. These large animals lived in the region. They appear both wild and domesticated on seals. Elephants may have been used for heavy work. Rhinoceros seals are less common but equally skillful. These animals also lived in the Indus Valley. They appear alone or with other creatures. The carving shows detailed knowledge of animal anatomy. Tigers and other predators appear on some seals. These dangerous animals commanded respect. They may have been totems for certain groups. Predators often had religious significance. Mythological scenes appear on some seals. Figures appear to be fighting animals. These may show religious stories or legends. The meaning remains mysterious to modern scholars. The priest-king statue is the most famous Harappan sculpture. This limestone figure shows a bearded man. He wears a robe decorated with trefoil patterns. His expression is calm and meditative. The sculpture is remarkably lifelike. The face shows individual characteristics. The hair is pulled back in a simple style. The pose suggests authority and dignity. The trefoil pattern on the robe may have religious meaning. This three-leaf design appears in many cultures. It might represent the sacred number 3. Or it could be simply decorative. The priest-king's identity remains unknown. He may have been a ruler or religious leader. He could represent an ideal rather than an individual. The sculpture gives us a glimpse of Harappan leadership. The dancing girl is equally famous. This bronze figurine shows a young woman in a confident pose. Her left hand rests on her hip. Her right arm is covered with bangles. The dancing girl wears numerous bangles on both arms. These ornaments show the wealth of Harappan society. Jewellery was clearly important for personal decoration. The bangles may have had religious significance. Her pose suggests movement and confidence. She appears to be dancing or posing. Her expression is lively and engaging. The sculpture captures a moment of dynamic action. The dancing girl's nudity was shocking to early archaeologists, but it probably represented artistic tradition. Many ancient cultures depicted figures without clothing. This was considered natural and appropriate. Other figurines show different aspects of Harappan life. Mother goddess figures are common at many sites. These represent fertility and family. They show the importance of women in society. Animal figurines were made for children's toys. Bulls, elephants, and birds were popular subjects. These toys helped children learn about their environment. They also showed artistic creativity. Geometric patterns appear throughout Harappan art. Circles, squares, and triangles are common. These patterns may have had symbolic meaning. They certainly showed mathematical understanding. The fish pattern appears frequently on pottery. Fish were important food sources. They may also have had religious significance. Water creatures were sacred in many cultures. Tree motifs appear on seals and pottery. Trees provided food, shelter, and materials. They were essential for survival. Tree worship was common in ancient cultures. The pipal tree seems especially important. This sacred tree appears on many seals. It is still considered holy in South Asia. The Harappans may have worshipped under pipal trees. Painted pottery shows artistic development over time. Early designs were simple and geometric. Later, pottery became more elaborate and naturalistic. This shows growing artistic sophistication. Red and black pottery was especially beautiful. The contrast created striking visual effects. Different colours may have had symbolic meanings. The combination showed aesthetic sense. Religious art is harder to identify. The Harappans left no obvious temples, but many objects suggest ritual use. Fire altars appear at several sites. The Great Bath may have been used for religious ceremonies. Ritual bathing is common in many cultures. The careful construction suggests sacred purposes. The location shows community importance. Burial goods show beliefs about afterlife. People were buried with pottery and jewellery. These goods were meant for use after death. This shows belief in continued existence. The absence of royal art is striking. Other civilizations created monuments to rulers. The Harappans seem more egalitarian. Their art celebrates community rather than individuals. The most tantalizing mystery of Harappan civilization lies in their writing. Thousands of symbols have been discovered. These symbols appear on seals, pottery, and metal objects, yet after more than a century of study, no one can read them. The Indus script represents one of humanity's greatest puzzles. It holds the key to understanding Harappan thoughts and beliefs. It contains their stories, their laws, their poetry. All of this knowledge remains locked away in undeciphered symbols. The first Indus script symbols were discovered in the 1870s. Alexander Cunningham found carved seals at Harappa. These seals contained strange symbols unlike any known writing. Cunningham could not read them. No scholar of his time could understand them. More symbols appeared as excavations continued. Every major Harappan site yielded inscribed objects. The symbols were clearly a writing system. But what language did they represent? What did the symbols mean? Archaeologists began cataloguing the symbols systematically. Each new discovery was carefully recorded. Photographs documented every inscription. Scholars created databases of all known symbols. Over 4,000 inscribed objects have been found. Most inscriptions are short, containing only a few symbols. The longest inscription has just 26 symbols. Most contain between 3 and 7 symbols. The symbols are carved on various materials. Stone seals contain the most elaborate inscriptions. Pottery shows painted symbols. Metal objects have engraved markings. Each material required different techniques. Scholars have identified about 400 distinct symbols. Some symbols appear frequently across many sites. Others appear only once or twice. The frequency patterns suggest complex meaning systems. The symbols show sophisticated artistic design. Each one is carefully crafted. They combine geometric shapes with naturalistic forms. Many symbols represent recognizable objects like fish, birds, and trees. Some symbols clearly represent animals. Bulls, unicorns, and elephants appear as script characters. These animal symbols may represent sounds or concepts. They might indicate names or titles. Other symbols are purely geometric. Circles, lines, and angles create abstract designs. These geometric symbols may represent grammatical elements. They could indicate numbers or relationships. Comparison with other ancient scripts reveals interesting patterns. Egyptian hieroglyphs also mix pictures with abstract symbols. Mesopotamian cuneiform began with picture writing. The Indus script may have followed similar development, but the Indus script also shows unique characteristics. It lacks the phonetic indicators found in other scripts. It shows no clear grammatical structure. The symbols appear randomly arranged to modern eyes. The direction of writing varies across inscriptions. Most texts read from right to left, but some appear to read left to right. A few inscriptions may read in alternating directions. This variation puzzles modern scholars. The debate over the nature of Indus symbols continues. Some scholars believe it represents true writing. They argue it recorded spoken language. They point to the complexity and variety of symbols. Other scholars question whether it represents writing at all. They suggest it might be a symbolic system. It could represent religious concepts or trade information. It might not record spoken language. Computer analysis has brought new tools to the study. Scholars use statistical methods to analyze symbol patterns. They compare frequency distributions with known languages. They search for grammatical structures. Statistical studies show interesting results. The symbol sequences follow patterns found in written languages. They show the right amount of complexity for linguistic communication. They display structures similar to other scripts. But statistical analysis also reveals problems. The inscriptions are too short for complete analysis. Many patterns could result from chance. The sample size may be too small for firm conclusions. Pattern recognition software searches for repeated sequences. Some symbol combinations appear multiple times. These repetitions might indicate common words or phrases, or they could represent standard formulas. Frequency analysis reveals which symbols appear most often. The most common symbols might represent frequent words. In English, common words like the and appear often. Similar patterns should exist in Indus inscriptions, but frequency analysis of Indus script shows unusual results. The distribution doesn't match typical languages perfectly. This could mean the script represents a unique language type, or it might not be linguistic writing at all. Machine learning approaches try to find hidden patterns. Computers can detect relationships invisible to human analysis. They can process vast amounts of data quickly. They might find the key to decipherment. Yet machine learning has not solved the puzzle. The algorithms produce interesting correlations, but they cannot definitively decode the meaning. The mystery remains as deep as ever. The short length of inscriptions poses the biggest challenge. Most contain only a few symbols. This provides limited context for interpretation. Longer texts would offer more clues for decipherment. Archaeological context provides some hints about meaning. Seals found in specific locations might relate to those places. Objects found together might share thematic connections, but context alone cannot decode the symbols. The absence of bilingual texts makes decipherment extremely difficult. The Rosetta Stone enabled Egyptian hieroglyph decipherment. It contained the same text in Greek and Egyptian. No such bilingual text exists for Indus script. Scholars have tried to decode the Indus script for over a century. Each generation brings new theories and approaches. Each attempt teaches us something about the symbols. But the ultimate breakthrough remains elusive. Early decipherment attempts focused on visual similarities. Scholars compared Indus symbols to known scripts. They looked for shapes that resembled familiar letters. This approach seemed logical, but proved problematic. Some symbols do resemble letters from other scripts. A few look like early Semitic characters. Others appear similar to proto-cuneiform signs. But visual similarity doesn't guarantee shared meaning or sound. The first serious decipherment attempt came in the 1920s. Scholars assumed the script represented an Indo-European language. They tried to read it as early Sanskrit. This approach reflected colonial-era assumptions about Indian history. The Indo-European theory had political implications. It supported ideas about Aryan migration into India. If Harappans spoke Sanskrit, they couldn't be pre-Aryan. This would change understanding of Indian prehistory. But the Indo-European approach failed to produce convincing results. The symbol patterns didn't match Sanskrit structure. The frequency distributions were wrong for Indo-European languages. The theory was eventually abandoned. The Dravidian hypothesis emerged as an alternative approach. Dravidian languages are spoken in South India today. They include Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, and Malayalam. These languages might descend from Harappan speech. Father Harris proposed a Dravidian decipherment in the 1950s. He assigned Dravidian syllable values to Indus symbols. He claimed to read proper names and titles. His translations described kings and religious ceremonies. Other scholars followed with their own Dravidian interpretations. Mahadevan developed a different symbol sound system. He focused on shorter inscriptions and mathematical patterns. His approach seemed more systematic than earlier attempts. The Dravidian theory has linguistic support. Dravidian languages show ancient substrata in Sanskrit. They may represent the original languages of the subcontinent. Indo-European languages might be later arrivals. Archaeological evidence also supports Dravidian connections. Some Harappan cultural elements continue in South India. Certain religious practices seem to survive. This suggests cultural continuity from Harappan times. But Dravidian decipherments also face serious problems. Different scholars produce different readings of the same texts. Their translations often seem arbitrary. The symbol assignments lack consistent rules. Recent computational approaches have revolutionized decipherment attempts. Computers can analyze vast databases of symbols. They can test thousands of hypotheses quickly. They can detect patterns humans might miss. Farmer, Witzel, and Sproat challenged the entire enterprise in 2004. They argued that Indus symbols don't represent writing at all. They claimed the symbols are religious or heraldic markers. This sparked intense scholarly debate. Their statistical analysis showed problems with linguistic interpretations. The symbol sequences seemed too short for complete sentences. The variety seemed insufficient for full language representation. They questioned fundamental assumptions about the script. Defenders of the writing hypothesis fought back with their own statistics. They argued that logosyllabic scripts could work with fewer symbols. They pointed to successful ancient scripts with similar characteristics. The debate continues to this day. Computational linguist Rajesh Rao led recent AI-based decipherment attempts. His team used machine learning to analyze symbol patterns. They compared Indus sequences to known languages. They looked for universal features of writing systems. Rao's analysis supported the writing hypothesis. The symbol patterns showed characteristics of natural languages. The conditional probability distributions matched other scripts. The entropy levels fell within linguistic ranges, but critics questioned Rao's conclusions. They argued his methods were too general. Similar patterns might appear in non-linguistic symbol systems. The analysis couldn't prove the script represented speech. Genetic algorithms have been applied to the decipherment problem. These programs evolve solutions through repeated testing. They might stumble upon correct symbol-sound correspondences. The approach mimics natural selection processes. Neural networks offer another computational approach. These systems can learn patterns from large data sets. They might recognize grammatical structures invisible to human analysis. They could suggest new decipherment strategies. But computational methods face the same basic problems. The inscriptions are too short for complete analysis. No bilingual texts exist for comparison. The language represented by the script remains unknown. Contemporary scholars take more cautious approaches. They focus on understanding the script's structure rather than specific meanings. They analyze symbol combinations and frequencies. They study the archaeological context of inscriptions. This structural approach has yielded important insights. The script shows consistent formatting conventions. Certain symbols appear only in specific positions. These patterns suggest systematic rules governing symbol use. Symbol variation analysis reveals interesting patterns. Some symbols appear in multiple forms. These variants might represent different grammatical uses, or they could indicate regional dialects of the same language. The study of symbol evolution shows changes over time. Early inscriptions use different symbol forms than later ones. This evolution might reflect changing language patterns. It could reveal historical developments in Harappan culture. Even without decipherment, the Indus script reveals important information. The symbols tell us about Harappan society and culture. They show how the writing system functioned. They demonstrate the sophistication of Harappan civilization. Frequency analysis reveals which symbols were most important. The most common symbols might represent frequent concepts or sounds. In any language, certain words appear much more often than others. The same principle should apply to Indus script. The fish symbol appears more frequently than any other. Fish were important in Harappan diet and economy. The symbol might represent the word for fish, or it could stand for a sound found in many words. The unicorn symbol also appears very frequently. This mythical animal was clearly significant to Harappan culture. It might represent a deity or religious concept. It could indicate an important social group or clan. The jar symbol appears on many seals and pottery fragments. Jars were essential for storage and trade. The symbol might indicate contents or ownership. It could represent commercial relationships or transactions. Numerical symbols appear in some inscriptions. Short strokes might represent numbers 1 through 7. Longer lines could indicate 10s or 20s. This suggests mathematical record keeping. The combination of symbols reveals formatting conventions. Certain symbols almost always appear together. Others never seem to combine. These patterns suggest grammatical or semantic rules. Positional analysis shows where symbols typically appear. Some symbols occur only at the beginning of inscriptions. Others appear only at the end. This might indicate grammatical functions like subjects or verbs. The tree symbol often appears in specific contexts. It might represent location names or religious concepts. Trees were sacred in many ancient cultures. The Harappans may have worshipped particular tree species. Animal symbols show the Harappan environment. Tigers, elephants, and rhinoceros lived in the region. Water buffalo were domesticated for farming. Each animal symbol might have specific meaning. Seal functions provide clues about symbol meanings. Most seals were used for marking clay. They identified ownership or origin of goods. The symbols might represent names, places, or commercial information. Administrative seals might bear official titles. They could identify government positions or ranks. The symbols might record laws or regulations. Bureaucratic systems require written records. Religious seals might contain prayers or invocations. They could identify deities or sacred concepts. The symbols might record ritual formulas. Religious systems often develop complex writing. Trade seals probably recorded commercial information. They might indicate goods, quantities, or destinations. The symbols could represent merchant names or trading companies. Commerce requires detailed record keeping. Geographic distribution shows how the script spread. The same symbols appear across the entire Harappan region. This suggests unified administration or culture. It demonstrates effective communication systems. Regional variations appear in some symbol forms. Different areas use slightly different versions of the same symbols. This might reflect local dialects. It could indicate regional administrative divisions. Symbol standardization increased over time. Early inscriptions show more variation than later ones. This suggests growing centralization. It might reflect political unification of the region. The density of inscriptions varies by site. Some cities have many more inscribed objects than others. This might reflect different economic functions. Administrative centers might generate more written records. Seal distribution patterns reveal trade networks. Harappan seals appear in Mesopotamian cities. Foreign seals are found in Harappan sites. These distributions map ancient commerce routes. Context analysis provides additional meaning clues. Seals found with specific artifacts might relate to those objects. Inscriptions in particular buildings could indicate their functions. Archaeological context supplements textual analysis. Workshop context suggests craft specialization. Seals found in bead-making areas might relate to that industry. Potter's marks could indicate individual craftsmen. Specialization requires identification systems. Burial contexts reveal beliefs about afterlife. Inscribed objects in graves might be names or prayers. They could identify the deceased or their social status. Death rituals often involve writing. Storage contexts might indicate inventory systems. Inscribed jars could record contents or ownership. Warehouse markings might track goods movement. Storage requires careful labeling. The absence of long texts is itself informative. The Harappans apparently didn't write lengthy documents. They might have used perishable materials like palm leaves, or their system might have been limited to short records. Comparative analysis with contemporary scripts reveals common features. All early writing systems recorded similar types of information. Names, places, goods, and numbers appear in most scripts. The Harappans probably recorded the same categories. The sophistication of the symbol system implies advanced culture. Creating and maintaining a writing system requires educated specialists. It suggests complex administration and record keeping. Literacy was clearly valued in Harappan society. The widespread use of symbols shows their importance. Writing wasn't limited to a small elite. It appeared on everyday objects throughout society. This suggests broad literacy or symbol recognition. Even without decipherment, the script reveals Harappan achievement. They created one of the world's earliest writing systems. They maintained it for over 1,000 years. They used it across a vast geographic area. The mystery continues to fascinate scholars and the public. New discoveries might provide the key to decipherment. Computer analysis grows more sophisticated each year. The breakthrough might come at any time. Until then, the symbols remain silent witnesses to Harappan greatness. They testify to human creativity and intelligence. They remind us that some mysteries endure across millennia. The Indus script keeps its secrets, waiting for future generations to unlock them. The symbols may remain silent about Harappan thoughts and beliefs, but the archaeological evidence speaks clearly about their economic success. The Harappans built one of history's most sophisticated economies. Agriculture formed the foundation of their prosperity. Harappan farmers grew a variety of crops. Wheat was the most important grain. They cultivated both emmer and neem corn varieties. These ancient wheats were hardy and nutritious. They could survive in challenging climates. Barley was equally important in the Harappan diet. This grain ripened quickly and stored well. It could grow in areas too dry for wheat. Barley provided security when other crops failed. Field peas added protein to the Harappan diet. These legumes also enriched the soil with nitrogen. Farmers understood crop rotation principles. They alternated grains with legumes to maintain soil fertility. Sesame was grown for its oil-rich seeds. This oil was used for cooking and lighting. Sesame plants could tolerate dry conditions. They provided valuable nutrition and trade goods. Lentils grew in many Harappan fields. These small legumes were easy to store and transport. They provided essential amino acids missing from grain-based diets. Nutritional balance was clearly understood. Dates were cultivated in suitable areas. These sweet fruits could be dried for long-term storage. Date palms provided shade for other crops. They created favorable microclimates for farming. Melons grew in Harappan gardens and fields. These water-rich fruits were especially valuable in hot climates. They provided vitamins and refreshing sustenance. Seeds have been found at multiple sites. Cotton was perhaps the most remarkable Harappan crop. They were among the first people to domesticate cotton plants. Cotton fiber revolutionized textile production. It became a major trade commodity. Archaeological evidence shows sophisticated farming techniques. Harappan farmers used metal plows pulled by oxen. These tools could break heavy clay soils. They allowed cultivation of previously unusable land. Irrigation systems supported intensive agriculture. Canals carried river water to distant fields. Wells provided groundwater for local use. Reservoirs stored water for dry seasons. The field system at Kalibangan shows advanced planning. Furrows run in two directions at right angles. This created a grid pattern for planting. The system maximized water use and crop yields. Harappan farmers understood seasonal cycles. They planted winter crops that matured during spring harvest. Summer crops were planted before monsoon rains. Timing was crucial for agricultural success. Flood control was essential in river valleys. Farmers built embankments to direct floodwaters. They created channels to drain excess water. Controlled flooding deposited fertile silt on fields. Agricultural tools were standardized across the civilization. Plows, sickles, and hoes followed similar designs. This standardization shows shared knowledge and techniques. Information spread throughout the Harappan network. Threshing floors separated grain from chaff. These circular areas were carefully constructed and maintained. Oxen trampled the harvested grain to release seeds. Wind carried away the lighter chaff. Grain storage was a major concern for farmers. Underground storage pits protected grain from moisture and pests. Clay-lined chambers could hold large quantities. Proper storage prevented spoilage and waste. Granaries at major cities stored surplus from surrounding farmlands. These massive structures could feed urban populations. They provided security during poor harvest years. Surplus grain enabled craft specialization. Food processing required specialized equipment. Stone grinding platforms prepared flour from grain. Mortars and pestles processed smaller quantities. Food preparation was labor-intensive but necessary. Cattle were essential for Harappan agriculture. Zebu cattle pulled ploughs and carts. They provided milk, meat and leather. Cow dung served as fertilizer and fuel. Water buffalo were equally valuable. These powerful animals could work in wet conditions. They provided milk and meat for farming families. Buffalo were well adapted to river valley conditions. Agricultural surplus enabled urbanization. Farmers could feed non-agricultural populations. Cities grew because food was abundant and reliable. Specialized crafts developed because basic needs were met. The Harappan agricultural system was remarkably sustainable. It lasted for over 1,000 years without apparent crisis. Soil fertility was maintained through careful management. Water resources were used efficiently. Evidence suggests intensive cultivation methods. Fields were carefully prepared and maintained. Weeds were controlled to maximize yields. Every available space was used for food production. Seasonal labor patterns organized rural life. Planting and harvest required intensive work. Other seasons allowed time for crafts and trade. Agricultural cycles determined social rhythms. Women played important roles in agriculture. They participated in planting and harvesting. They processed food and managed storage. Agricultural work was shared between genders. Children learned farming skills from early ages. They helped with simple tasks like weeding and harvesting. Agricultural knowledge passed from parent to child. Each generation built on previous experience. Agricultural innovations spread throughout the Harappan network. New crop varieties were shared between regions. Improved techniques were adopted widely. The civilization benefited from collective knowledge. Climate stability supported reliable agriculture. Predictable monsoons provided adequate rainfall. River systems remained consistent for centuries. Environmental conditions favored sustained food production. The agricultural foundation enabled everything else in Harappan civilization. Cities, crafts, trade, and art all depended on food surplus. Agriculture was truly the basis of their remarkable achievement. Agricultural success enabled craft specialization. Not everyone needed to produce food. Some people could focus entirely on making useful objects. Harappan crafts reached extraordinary levels of skill and sophistication. Specialized craft production areas have been identified at many sites. Potters worked in designated quarters of cities. Bead makers had their own workshop districts. Metal workers operated in separate areas. This geographical separation had practical advantages. Potters needed access to clay and kilns. Metal workers required ventilation for their furnaces. Bead makers needed good lighting for detailed work. The separation also prevented accidents. Pottery kilns could cause fires if not properly controlled. Metal furnaces produced toxic fumes. Keeping crafts separate protected residential areas. Workshop organization followed systematic principles. Raw materials were processed in specific areas. Different stages of production occurred in sequence. Finished goods were stored before distribution. Archaeological excavations reveal workshop layouts. Potters' wheels were arranged for efficient production. Storage areas held clay and finished vessels. Kilns were positioned for optimal firing conditions. Bead-making workshops show incredible organization. Raw materials were sorted by type and quality. Different areas handled different production stages. Quality control ensured consistent products. Evidence suggests guild systems organized craft production. Similar workshops clustered together in neighborhoods. This allowed sharing of techniques and resources. It also facilitated quality control and training. Master craftsmen trained apprentices in specialized skills. Knowledge passed from generation to generation within families. Craft secrets were carefully guarded and preserved. Skill levels remained consistently high. Raw material procurement required extensive networks. Copper came from mines in Rajasthan and Balochistan. Gold arrived from Karnataka and Afghanistan. Silver was imported from the Hindu Kush mountains. Carnelian for bead-making came from Gujarat. Lapis lazuli travelled from distant Afghanistan. Turquoise arrived from Iran and Central Asia. Each material required different trade relationships. Quality control was remarkably consistent. Pottery shapes and sizes followed standard patterns. Metal tools met precise specifications. Bead dimensions were carefully maintained. Standardization extended across the entire civilization. The same pot shapes appear at sites hundreds of kilometers apart. Brick sizes remained constant throughout the region. This shows centralized quality standards. Innovation in craft techniques occurred regularly. New pottery styles developed over time. Metal working techniques became more sophisticated. Artistic designs evolved and improved. The invention of glazing revolutionized pottery production. Glazed surfaces were waterproof and decorative. This technique required precise temperature control. It showed advanced understanding of ceramic chemistry. Bronze working reached high levels of sophistication. Craftsmen understood alloy proportions precisely. They could control metal properties through composition. Different bronzes served different purposes. Lost wax casting enabled complex metal sculptures. This technique allowed intricate details impossible with other methods. The dancing girl statue demonstrates mastery of this process. Bead production achieved incredible precision. Some beads measured less than a millimeter in diameter. Holes were drilled with amazing accuracy. The skill required years of training and practice. Long carnelian beads required extraordinary craftsmanship. These beads could be over 10 centimeters long. Drilling straight holes through such lengths was incredibly difficult. Few modern craftsmen could duplicate this achievement. Etched carnelian beads show the highest artistry. White patterns were etched onto orange-red stones. The process involved heating and chemical treatment. This technique was so complex it was lost for centuries. Textile production reached industrial scales. Cotton cultivation supported large-scale cloth making. Spinning and weaving workshops operated throughout cities. Standardized thread counts show quality control. Evidence suggests textile printing techniques. Wooden stamps could print patterns on cloth. Metal pins created dotted designs. The Harappans may have invented textile printing. Shell working created beautiful ornaments. Bangles were cut from large conch shells. These shells came from distant coasts. Shell working required specialized tools and skills. Ivory carving produced luxury objects. Elephant tusks provided raw material for detailed sculptures. Carved combs and decorations showed artistic achievement. Ivory objects were symbols of wealth and status. Leatherworking provided practical goods. Animal hides became shoes, bags, and containers. Tanning techniques preserved leather for long use. Leather goods were essential for daily life. Stone carving created tools and art objects. Seals were carved from soft steatite. Harder stones became tools and weapons. Each stone type required different techniques. Woodworking produced furniture and tools. Carts, boats, and buildings required skilled carpentry. Wooden objects rarely survive in archaeological sites, but tool marks show sophisticated woodworking skills. Competition between craftsmen drove innovation. Each workshop tried to produce superior goods. This competition improved quality and techniques. It also drove artistic development. Craft specialization created interdependence between different industries. Potters needed metal tools from metalworkers. Bead makers required pottery containers for storage. Each craft supported others. The craft economy generated wealth for entire communities. Skilled craftsmen earned good livings from their work. Craft exports brought foreign goods and materials. Prosperity spread throughout Harappan society. Harappan prosperity depended on extensive trade networks. These networks reached across the ancient world. Harappan goods travelled thousands of kilometres. Foreign materials enriched Harappan crafts and culture. Trade routes connected the Indus Valley to distant civilizations. Land routes crossed mountains and deserts. River routes followed major waterways. Sea routes reached across the Arabian Sea. The route to Mesopotamia was particularly important. This path led through the Iranian plateau. It connected two of the world's earliest civilizations. Goods and ideas flowed in both directions. Harappan seals have been found in Mesopotamian cities. These seals appear in Ur, Kish, and other major centers. They show direct contact between civilizations. Harappan merchants lived and worked in Mesopotamian cities. The Central Asian route reached toward Afghanistan and beyond. This path brought lapis lazuli and other precious stones. It may have extended to Chinese jade sources. The route crossed difficult mountain terrain. Coastal routes connected Harappan ports to Arabian and Persian Gulf cities. Ships carried bulk goods more efficiently than land transport. Maritime trade was crucial for heavy commodities. Harappan colonies and trading posts supported long-distance commerce. These outposts provided services for travelling merchants. They stored goods and facilitated exchanges. Strategic locations controlled important trade routes. Shortagai in Afghanistan was a major Harappan outpost. This settlement controlled lapis lazuli sources. It showed typical Harappan architecture and artifacts. The colony demonstrated the reach of Harappan influence. Trading posts in Gujarat controlled Arabian Sea access. These ports handled maritime trade with Western civilizations. They provided safe harbours for Harappan ships. Coastal trade supplemented overland routes. Harappan exports included many valuable goods. Cotton textiles were particularly prized in foreign markets. The Harappans may have invented cotton cultivation. Their textiles were superior to competitors. Carnelian beads were another major export. These orange-red gems were fashioned into jewellery. Harappan beadmakers achieved unmatched quality. Their products appeared throughout the ancient world. Ivory products demonstrated Harappan artistic skills. Carved combs and decorations were luxury items. Elephant ivory came from local sources. Artistic carving added value to raw materials. Copper and bronze objects were traded extensively. Harappan metalworkers produced high-quality tools and weapons. Their products were superior to local alternatives. Metal goods commanded high prices in foreign markets. Shell products utilized coastal resources. Conch shells were processed into bangles and ornaments. These products were popular throughout South Asia. The Harappans controlled shell trade networks. Imported materials enriched Harappan crafts. Silver came from the Hindu Kush mountains. This precious metal was used for jewellery and vessels. Silver objects showed wealth and status. Gold arrived from Karnataka and Afghanistan. This most precious metal created the finest jewellery. Gold working required specialised skills. Golden objects were symbols of ultimate wealth. Lapis lazuli travelled from distant Afghanistan. This blue stone was more valuable than gold. It created jewellery for the wealthiest citizens. Lapis lazuli showed participation in luxury trade. Turquoise came from Iran and Central Asia. This blue-green stone was used in jewellery and decoration. It required long-distance trade relationships. Turquoise objects showed exotic taste. Tin was essential for bronze production. This metal came from Central Asian sources. Without tin, bronze technology was impossible. Tin trade was crucial for technological advancement. Evidence from Mesopotamian texts confirms Harappan trade. Akkadian tablets mention Meluha traders. Meluha probably refers to the Indus Valley civilization. These texts describe Harappan goods and merchants. The texts mention specific Harappan products. They describe carnelian beads and ivory objects. They record cotton textiles and precious woods. These references prove active trade relationships. Mesopotamian rulers valued Harappan goods highly. They commissioned objects made from Indus materials. They employed Harappan craftsmen in their workshops. This shows the reputation of Harappan quality. Maritime trade through the Arabian Sea connected distant civilizations. Harappan ships reached Mesopotamian ports. They may have travelled to Oman and the Persian Gulf. Maritime routes were faster than overland travel. The dockyard at Lothal demonstrates maritime capabilities. This engineered harbour could accommodate seagoing vessels. It shows understanding of tides and navigation. Maritime technology was highly developed. Navigation techniques enabled long-distance sea travel. Harappan sailors understood seasonal winds and currents. They could read stars for direction. Maritime knowledge was carefully preserved and transmitted. Trade goods were transported in standardized containers. Large storage jars could hold liquids and grains. Smaller vessels carried precious goods. Container standardization facilitated commerce. Weights and measures enabled fair trade practices. The same standards were used throughout the civilization. This prevented disputes and enabled trust. Standardization was essential for long-distance commerce. Commercial law may have regulated trade practices. Though we cannot read Harappan writing, legal concepts probably existed. Trade required rules and enforcement. Complex commerce needs legal frameworks. The decline of trade networks contributed to civilizational transformation. When long-distance routes were disrupted, prosperity declined. Cities that depended on trade were particularly affected. Economic changes forced social adaptations. But the legacy of Harappan trade lived on. Trade routes they established continued for centuries. Commercial practices they developed influenced successors. Their contribution to ancient commerce was permanent and significant. Trade networks brought wealth and prosperity to Harappan cities. But wealth raises important questions about power and control. Who governed these prosperous cities? How was authority organized and exercised? The answers remain among archaeology's greatest puzzles. The absence of obvious palaces creates the first mystery. Other ancient civilizations built magnificent royal residences. Egyptian pharaohs constructed elaborate palace complexes. Mesopotamian kings lived in massive ceremonial buildings, but no clear palaces have been found at Harappan sites. This absence is striking and puzzling. Large public buildings exist at every major site. Some structures were clearly important and well built, but none shows the typical features of royal palaces. None displays the luxury expected in royal residences. The lack of royal tombs deepens the mystery. Egyptian kings were buried in spectacular pyramids. Mesopotamian rulers were interred with vast treasure hoards. Chinese emperors commanded elaborate burial complexes. Harappan burial sites show no such royal extravagance. Harappan graves are remarkably uniform in their simplicity. The wealthy were buried with more goods than the poor, but no burials show the extreme wealth associated with kingship. No tombs contain the massive treasure hoards of royal burials. The absence of obvious temples creates another puzzle. Mesopotamian cities centered around massive ziggurats. Egyptian settlements featured prominent temple complexes. But clear temple structures are hard to identify at Harappan sites. Some buildings may have served religious functions. The Great Bath might have been a ritual center. Fire altars appear at several sites, but these structures are modest compared to temples elsewhere. This absence suggests different approaches to religion and authority. Perhaps religious and political power were not concentrated in single individuals. Maybe the Harappans developed alternative forms of governance and worship. Evidence for centralized authority does exist despite these absences. The remarkable standardization across the civilization suggests central control. Brick sizes remained constant across vast distances. Weights and measures followed identical standards everywhere. Such uniformity could not have emerged without coordination. Someone or some group must have established these standards. Authority must have existed to enforce compliance. The standardization itself proves organizational capability. The planning of cities also suggests centralized authority. Streets followed identical grid patterns at different sites. Drainage systems used similar engineering principles. Public buildings served comparable functions everywhere. This consistency across hundreds of settlements implies central planning. Local communities might have built their own cities, but the underlying principles came from common sources. Coordination required administrative systems. Trade networks also needed central organization. Long-distance commerce required consistent standards and practices. Diplomatic relationships with foreign powers needed unified representation. Complex trade could not operate without administrative oversight, yet evidence for decentralized authority also exists. Each major city seems to have controlled its surrounding region. Local variations in pottery styles and building techniques suggest regional autonomy. Different cities may have specialized in different economic activities. The size and distribution of cities suggests multiple centers of power. No single city clearly dominated all others. Harappa, Mohenjo-Daro, and Dholavira were all major centers. Each may have controlled its own territory and population. This pattern resembles city-state organization more than unified empire. Greek city-states maintained independence while sharing common culture. Italian Renaissance cities combined autonomy with cultural unity. The Harappans may have followed similar principles. Possible governance by merchant councils offers one explanation for the evidence. Wealthy traders might have controlled city administration. Commercial interest would promote standardization and trade. Merchant governance would avoid the luxury associated with kingship. Merchant councils exist in many historical societies. Medieval European cities were often governed by merchant guilds. Trading companies controlled colonial settlements. Commercial interests can provide effective governance. Such governance would explain Harappan characteristics. The focus on trade and standardization reflects commercial priorities. The absence of military monuments suggests peaceful commercial values. The uniformity across sites shows successful coordination. The role of priest administrators provides another possible explanation. Religious leaders might have provided governance without royal display. Priest-kings ruled some ancient societies. Religious authority could coordinate complex civilizations. The priest-king statue might represent such leadership. This figure shows authority without military symbols. The trefoil-patterned robe might indicate religious office. The meditative expression suggests spiritual rather than military power. Religious governance would explain the absence of palaces. Priests might have lived simply despite wielding great authority. Religious values would discourage excessive luxury. Spiritual leaders might have governed from temples rather than palaces. Fire altars at various sites might indicate priest administrators. These structures could have been centers of religious governance. Priestly rituals might have included administrative functions. Religious and political authority might have been combined. Comparison with contemporary civilizations highlights Harappan uniqueness. Egyptian society was clearly hierarchical with divine pharaohs. Mesopotamian kings ruled through military power and religious authority. Chinese emperors commanded through elaborate bureaucracies. The Harappans seem to have developed different approaches to governance. Their system was effective enough to maintain unity for centuries. It successfully coordinated vast territories and populations. It enabled remarkable economic and cultural achievements. Perhaps the Harappans invented forms of collective leadership. Councils of elders might have governed individual cities. Representatives from different cities might have coordinated regional policies. Such systems could explain both unity and diversity. The mystery continues to challenge archaeologists and historians. New discoveries might reveal clearer evidence of political structures. Advanced analysis of existing sites could provide new insights. The puzzle of Harappan governance remains unsolved but fascinating. Harappan governance, whatever its exact form, presided over a complex society. This society showed clear differences in wealth and status, but these differences were less extreme than in other ancient civilizations. Social stratification existed but was relatively moderate. Housing differences provide the clearest evidence of social stratification. The smallest houses contained just 2 or 3 rooms. These modest dwellings sheltered ordinary workers and their families. They included basic amenities but few luxuries. These small houses still met essential needs. Each had access to fresh water from wells or public sources, most connected to the city's drainage system. Even poor families enjoyed urban services taken for granted. Middle-class houses were substantially larger and more elaborate. They featured central courtyards surrounded by multiple rooms. Different rooms served different purposes. Storage areas, workshops, and living spaces were clearly separated. These middle-class homes showed careful planning and construction. Private wells provided convenient water access. Private toilets connected to public drainage systems. Courtyards offered light, ventilation, and workspace. The largest houses belonged to the wealthy elite. These mansions contained multiple courtyards and dozens of rooms. Some reached 2 or even 3 stories in height. They demonstrated significant wealth and social position. Elite houses included specialized rooms for different activities, separate areas for cooking, storage, and entertainment, private wells and elaborate drainage systems, guest quarters for visiting merchants or officials. But even the largest houses lacked extreme royal luxury. No houses contained throne rooms or audience halls. No residences showed the massive scale of royal palaces. The wealth differences were significant, but not extreme. This pattern suggests a prosperous middle class. Most families lived in comfortable circumstances. Extreme poverty seems to have been rare. Extreme wealth was also limited compared to other civilizations. Burial practices reveal similar patterns of moderate social stratification. The wealthy were buried with more goods than the poor, but no burials show the massive treasure hoards of royal tombs. Death practices reflected life patterns of moderate inequality. Ordinary people were buried with pottery vessels and personal ornaments. These grave goods were modest but showed respect for the deceased. Even simple burials included items for use in the afterlife. Wealthy burials contained more elaborate grave goods, better pottery, jewelry, and metal objects. Sometimes imported materials showed participation in long-distance trade, but the quantities were moderate compared to royal burials elsewhere. The absence of sacrifice in wealthy burials is particularly notable. Egyptian pharaohs were buried with sacrificed servants. Chinese emperors took elaborate retinues into death. Harappan elites went to the afterlife alone. This absence suggests different concepts of leadership and authority. Harappan leaders may not have claimed divine status. They may not have expected service in the afterlife. Their power may have been more limited and temporary. Craft specialization created different social roles and status levels. Master craftsmen enjoyed higher status than ordinary workers. Skilled bead makers and metal workers were valued members of society. Expertise created its own form of social position. Different crafts carried different levels of prestige. Metal workers who created bronze tools and weapons held important positions. Bead makers who produced luxury exports earned substantial incomes. Potter and other basic craftsmen had lower but still respectable status. Craft specialization was often hereditary. Sons learned trades from their fathers. Daughters learned household crafts from their mothers. Skill and knowledge passed through family lines. This created stable social positions across generations. But craft specialization also allowed social mobility. Exceptionally skilled workers could improve their status. Successful craftsmen could accumulate wealth and property. The social system allowed advancement through ability and effort. Evidence for slavery or bound labor is limited and ambiguous. No clear slave quarters have been identified at Harappan sites. No obvious symbols of bondage appear in art or burials. The society may have functioned without extensive slavery. This absence is remarkable for ancient civilizations. Most early societies depended heavily on slave labor. Slaves built monuments and worked agricultural estates. The apparent absence of slavery suggests different economic organization. Free labor may have been more common in Harappan society. Workers might have been paid for their efforts rather than owned as property. This would explain the moderate social stratification and urban prosperity. However, some form of bound labor may have existed. Agricultural workers might have been tied to the land. Craft workers might have been obligated to their masters. The evidence is insufficient for definitive conclusions. Gender roles and status show interesting patterns in Harappan society. Both men and women appear in art and figurines. Both sexes received similar burial treatment. Gender equality may have been greater than in other ancient societies. Female figurines are common at Harappan sites. Many of these show elaborate dress and jewelry. Some may represent goddesses or important women. The frequency suggests respect for feminine roles and authority. Women clearly participated in craft production. Spinning and weaving were primarily female activities. Food processing was also largely women's work. These essential activities gave women important economic roles. Evidence suggests women could own property and conduct business. Some seals might belong to female merchants or property owners. Women's names might appear in the undeciphered script. Legal rights may have extended to both sexes, but traditional gender divisions also existed. Men probably dominated heavy labour like construction and metalworking. Women focused on household production and textile work. Some specialisation by gender was practical and expected. The overall pattern suggests relatively egalitarian gender relations. Women were valued for their contributions to society and economy. They enjoyed respect and probably legal rights. Gender equality was greater than in most ancient civilizations. Social mobility appears to have been possible in Harappan society. Skilled workers could improve their positions. Successful merchants could accumulate wealth. The social system was not rigidly fixed by birth. Education probably played a role in social advancement. Literacy and numeracy were valuable skills. Knowledge of trade and crafts could improve one's position. Learning provided paths for social improvement. Social organization in Harappan cities included important religious and ritual dimensions. Spiritual beliefs shaped daily life and community practices. But Harappan religion remains as mysterious as their political organization. Archaeological evidence provides tantalizing clues without clear answers. The Great Bath of Mohenjo-daro raises the central question about Harappan religion. Was this elaborate structure primarily ritual or practical? The careful construction and central location suggest religious significance. But the engineering also served practical bathing purposes. The Great Bath's ritual interpretation has strong support. The structure's prominence in the city centre implies community importance. The careful waterproofing suggests special significance. Ritual bathing is common in many ancient religions. Small rooms surrounding the bath may have been changing areas for ritual participants. Private entrances provided discretion for ceremonial preparations. The entire complex seems designed for special rather than everyday use. Water was clearly sacred in Harappan culture. Living in a semi-arid environment made water precious and life-giving. Rivers provided sustenance and transportation. Wells supplied drinking water for urban populations. Ritual purification through bathing appears in many religious traditions. Water ceremonies mark important life transitions. Baptism and ritual washing appear across cultures. The Great Bath may have served similar purification purposes, but practical interpretations also make sense. The structure could have been a public bathhouse for urban residents. Clean water and bathing facilities were essential for public health. The Great Bath might have served both ritual and practical functions. Fire altars appear at several Harappan sites and provide clearer evidence of ritual activity. These brick structures were clearly designed for burning offerings. Fire ceremonies are common in ancient religions worldwide. The fire altars at Kalibangan are particularly well preserved. These structures show evidence of repeated use for burning activities. Ash deposits contain remains of organic materials. Ritual burning definitely occurred at these locations. Fire worship has ancient roots in South Asian traditions. Sacred fires appear in Vedic texts and later Hindu practices. The Harappan fire altars might represent early forms of fire worship. This suggests religious continuity across millennia. Different types of fire altars serve different purposes. Some were designed for large community ceremonies. Others were sized for household rituals. The variety suggests complex ritual systems with multiple functions. Animal sacrifice evidence appears at some Harappan sites. Animal bones show cut marks from ritual butchering. Specific bones appear in ritual contexts rather than simple food remains. Sacrifice was probably part of Harappan religious practices. The animals used for sacrifice included cattle, water buffalo and goats. These were valuable domestic animals rather than wild creatures. Sacrificing valuable animals showed devotion and commitment. The offerings were economically significant, but animal sacrifice does not seem to have been central to Harappan religion. The evidence is limited compared to other ancient cultures. Human sacrifice is completely absent from archaeological records. Violence seems to have played a minor role in religious practices. Fertility cult theories attempt to explain common Harappan figurines and symbols. Female figurines might represent mother goddesses. They could symbolize agricultural fertility and human reproduction. Fertility concerns were central to agricultural societies. The abundance of female figurines supports fertility cult theories. These figures appear at household and community levels. Many show exaggerated feminine characteristics. They might have been used in fertility rituals or as household protectors. Ring stones found at Harappan sites might also relate to fertility worship. These circular objects could represent feminine symbols. They might have been used in reproductive rituals, but their exact purpose remains unclear. Phallic symbols also appear in Harappan art and artifacts. These could represent masculine fertility powers. Combined with feminine symbols, they suggest balanced fertility concepts. Reproduction was clearly important in Harappan religious thinking. Tree and animal worship seems evident in Harappan seals and art. Many seals show figures worshipping trees or animals. These natural elements were sacred in Harappan culture. Nature worship is common in agricultural societies. The pipal tree appears frequently on seals and might have been particularly sacred. This tree species is still considered holy in South Asian traditions. The continuity suggests ancient religious practices that survived civilizational changes. Animals on seals might represent totems or deities rather than simple creatures. The unicorn appears too frequently to be merely decorative. Bulls, elephants, and tigers might have had spiritual significance. Animal spirits were important in ancient religions. Serpents appear in some Harappan art and might represent water or fertility spirits. Snakes are associated with both positive and negative powers in many cultures. Their appearance in Harappan contexts suggests complex symbolic systems. Proto-Shiva hypotheses attempt to connect Harappan religion to later Hindu traditions. Some seals show figures in yoga-like poses. These might represent early forms of Shiva worship. The connections are intriguing but not definitively proven. The famous Pashupati seal shows a figure surrounded by animals. This resembles later depictions of Shiva as Lord of Beasts. The figure sits in a meditative pose similar to yoga positions. The connection to Shiva worship seems possible, but identifying specific deities from archaeological evidence is extremely difficult. Cultural continuity doesn't prove religious continuity. Similar practices might develop independently in different periods. The Proto-Shiva hypothesis remains speculative. Meditation and yoga practices might have ancient Harappan origins. Figures in meditation poses appear on several seals. These practices could have developed during Harappan times. Spiritual disciplines might have been part of their religious system. The emphasis on personal spiritual practice would fit Harappan cultural patterns. Individual meditation complements community rituals. Personal discipline balances collective ceremonies. This combination appears in later South Asian traditions. Religious architecture was probably simpler than in other ancient civilizations. No massive temples or religious monuments have been clearly identified. Harappan religion might have emphasized practice over monumental architecture. Spiritual life might have been more personal and less institutional. This pattern fits the overall Harappan cultural style. Their achievements emphasize practical benefits and community welfare. Religion seems to have followed similar principles. Spiritual practices served life rather than dominating it. The religious legacy of the Harappans probably influenced later South Asian traditions. Many elements of Harappan spiritual life appear in later cultures. Tree worship, fire ceremonies, and fertility symbols continued for millennia. The religious influence outlasted the political civilization. Religious practices and social organization varied across the vast Harappan territory. Each major city developed its own characteristics while maintaining the common Harappan culture. These urban centres reflected local conditions and specialised functions. Together they created a diverse but unified civilization. Harappa was probably the administrative heart of the eastern regions. This city controlled the upper Indus Valley and its tributaries. Harappa sat at the crossroads of major trade routes. Rivers, mountains and plains all met near this strategic location. The city showed clear signs of administrative importance. Large granaries stored surplus grain from the surrounding countryside. These massive structures could feed tens of thousands of people. They provided security against crop failures and natural disasters. Harappa's residential areas were carefully organized. Different quarters housed people of different social levels. Craft workshops clustered in designated neighborhoods. The city planning reflected administrative control and social organization. The fortified area at Harappa was particularly impressive. Massive walls protected the most important buildings. These structures may have housed government officials. They certainly controlled administrative functions for the region. Cemetery areas at Harappa reveal burial customs and social practices. The graves show moderate wealth differences between families. No royal tombs suggest egalitarian leadership styles. Burial goods reflect both local traditions and long-distance trade connections. Harappa controlled agricultural production in fertile river valleys. The city collected taxes from farming communities. It stored and redistributed grain across the region. Administrative seals found here probably managed these economic functions. The standardized brick production at Harappa supplied construction projects throughout the region. Kilns operated on industrial scales. Quality control ensured consistent products. Harappa may have set standards for other cities to follow. Mohenjo-daro served as the great commercial hub of the southern regions. This city sat in the lower Indus Valley near the Arabian Sea. Rivers connected it to both mountain resources and ocean trade. The location was perfect for commerce. The Great Bath at Mohenjo-daro reflected the city's special religious role. This elaborate structure attracted visitors from across the civilization. Ritual bathing ceremonies may have been particularly important here. Religious tourism could have boosted the local economy. Commercial quarters at Mohenjo-daro were more extensive than at other sites. Workshops produced goods for both local use and export. Bead-making reached its highest artistic levels here. The city specialized in luxury craft production. Storage facilities at Mohenjo-daro were designed for diverse goods rather than just grain. Warehouses near the river could receive shipments from distant places. The city served as a distribution center for imported materials. The population of Mohenjo-daro may have reached 60,000 people. This made it one of the world's largest cities of its time. Such size required sophisticated organization and administration. The city attracted people from across the known world. Drainage systems at Mohenjo-daro were more elaborate than anywhere else. The city's location in flood-prone areas required advanced engineering. Every house connected to covered sewers. The system handled both stormwater and household waste. Dolavira represented the pinnacle of water conservation technology. This city sat on an island in the Rann of Kutch. The environment was harsh, and water was extremely precious. The Harappans turned these challenges into opportunities. 16 reservoirs at Dolavira collected and stored rainwater with incredible efficiency. These rock-cut chambers could sustain the population through long, dry seasons. The engineering was more advanced than modern systems in similar environments. The city had sophisticated systems for water distribution. Channels carried water from storage areas to residential quarters. Public fountains provided access for all citizens. Private houses had individual water supplies for wealthy families. Dolavira's three-part city plan was unique among Harappan sites. The citadel occupied the highest ground for defence and administration. The middle town housed the general population. The lower town contained workshops and storage areas. The famous signboard at Dolavira was carved from white stone and mounted on the city gate. This was one of the largest examples of Indus script ever found. The message probably welcomed visitors or announced city regulations. Stone architecture at Dolavira differed from the brick construction at other sites. Local stone was abundant and well suited to the dry climate. Building techniques adapted to available materials and environmental conditions. Lothal served as the civilization's greatest port city and maritime trading centre. The city was connected to the Arabian Sea through river channels. Ships from distant lands brought exotic goods to its engineered harbour. The dockyard at Lothal was a masterpiece of ancient engineering. This artificial harbour was carved from solid rock and connected to the river by a channel. It could accommodate large seagoing vessels and handle significant cargo volumes. Tidal calculations at Lothal showed sophisticated understanding of ocean dynamics. The harbour design worked with natural tidal flows. Ships could enter during high tide and rest safely during low tide. The engineering matched the best ancient ports anywhere. Bead manufacturing at Lothal reached industrial scales. Workshops produced thousands of tiny beads for export to distant markets. Quality control ensured consistent products. The city became famous for its bead-making expertise. Warehouse facilities at Lothal were designed specifically for export goods. Storage areas near the harbour could handle large shipments. Goods could move efficiently from workshops to ships. The entire city was organised around maritime commerce. Evidence of international trade at Lothal includes foreign pottery and artefacts. Mesopotamian goods appeared in city deposits. Persian Gulf materials arrived through sea routes. The city was truly cosmopolitan in its connections. Fire altars at Lothal suggest important religious functions. These ritual structures may have blessed departing ships. Religious ceremonies could have ensured safe voyages. Commerce and spirituality combined in ancient port cities. The city's location allowed control of coastal trade routes. Lothal collected taxes from merchant vessels. It provided services like ship repair and cargo handling. The port generated wealth from international commerce. Each major city specialized in different economic functions while sharing common cultural elements. Harappa administered agricultural regions. Mohenjo-Daro focused on craft production and religious activities. Dholavira mastered water conservation in harsh environments. Lothal dominated maritime trade and international commerce. These specializations created interdependence between cities. Each needed goods and services from the others. Trade networks connected all major urban centers. The system was remarkably efficient and sophisticated. Cultural unity persisted despite functional differences. The same pottery styles appeared in all cities. Identical weights and measures were used everywhere. Common religious symbols united diverse populations. Shared language and writing maintained communication. The great cities depended completely on their rural hinterlands. Hundreds of smaller settlements supplied food and raw materials. These agricultural villages formed the economic foundation. Without rural support, urban civilization would have been impossible. Agricultural villages followed patterns similar to major cities but on smaller scales. Houses were built of the same standardized bricks. Streets followed grid patterns when space permitted. Drainage systems connected houses to community systems. Village organization reflected local agricultural needs. Granaries stored surplus crops for trade with cities. Workshops processed agricultural products for local consumption. Wells provided water for both domestic use and irrigation systems. The relationship between urban and rural areas was carefully structured. Cities provided manufactured goods, administrative services, and religious centers. Villages supplied food, raw materials, and agricultural labor. Exchange systems benefited both communities. Tax collection systems connected rural producers to urban administrators. Villages paid taxes in agricultural products rather than money. City officials used standardized weights and measures for assessment. Seals and administrative records tracked these transactions. Rural settlements were organized in hierarchies serving different functions. Large villages administered several smaller communities. Market towns collected products from farming areas. This system efficiently moved goods from producers to consumers. Transportation networks connected rural settlements to major cities. Rivers provided natural highways for bulk agricultural products. Cart roads linked inland villages to waterway systems. The infrastructure supported efficient commerce. Seasonal patterns organized rural life around agricultural cycles. Planting and harvest times required intensive community cooperation. Slack seasons allowed time for craft production and local construction projects. Rural rhythms differed from urban patterns. Resource extraction sites provided raw materials for urban crafts and construction. Copper mines in Rajasthan supplied metal workers throughout the region. Stone quarries provided building materials for construction projects. Clay deposits supported pottery production in many areas. Mining settlements had their own specialized characteristics. Workers lived in company towns near extraction sites. Smelting furnaces processed raw materials before transport. These communities combined industrial and agricultural functions. Fishing villages along rivers and coasts supplied protein for urban populations. These communities developed specialized techniques for catching and preserving fish. Salt production from coastal areas provided essential preservation materials. Regional craft specializations developed based on local resources and skills. Some villages specialized in pottery production for regional markets. Others focused on textile manufacturing using local cotton and wool. Specialization increased efficiency and quality. Bead-making villages near carnelian sources developed extraordinary skills. Entire communities focused on this single craft. Children learned techniques from birth. Villages became famous for specific types of beads. Shell-working communities near coasts processed conch shells into bangles and ornaments. These products were traded throughout the civilization. Coastal villages supplied inland populations with marine products. Metalworking communities near ore sources specialized in smelting and initial processing. They produced raw materials for urban craftsmen. Local expertise reduced transportation costs and improved quality control. Agricultural techniques varied according to local environmental conditions. River valley communities practiced intensive irrigation farming. Hill villages relied more on rainfall agriculture. Coastal areas combined farming with marine resources. Crop selection reflected local conditions and market demands. Areas near cities grew vegetables and fruits for urban consumption. Distant regions focused on grain production for long-term storage. Each area developed appropriate specializations. Livestock management varied across different environmental zones. River valley areas raised cattle and water buffalo for farming. Hill regions specialized in goats and sheep for different products. Each area utilized animals best suited to local conditions. Rural religious practices combined common Harappan elements with local traditions. Village shrines served community spiritual needs. Local festivals celebrated agricultural cycles. Religious practices reinforced community cooperation and identity. The scale of rural settlements ranged from individual farmsteads to substantial villages. Large villages might house several hundred families. Smaller settlements contained only a few dozen people. Size depended on local agricultural productivity. Social organization in rural areas was generally less stratified than in cities. Wealth differences existed but were less extreme. Community cooperation was essential for agricultural success. Social equality was more practical in rural settings. Women's roles in rural areas often differed from urban patterns. Agricultural work required participation from all family members. Women controlled household production and food processing. Gender roles were more flexible in agricultural communities. Education in rural areas focused on practical skills needed for local life. Children learned farming techniques from their parents. Craft skills passed from generation to generation within families. Literacy was probably limited to administrative contacts. Storage systems in rural areas served both household and community needs. Individual families maintained their own grain supplies. Village-level storage provided security against individual crop failures. Community cooperation ensured survival during difficult times. Rural settlements showed remarkable resilience and adaptability. They survived changes in political organization and economic systems. Agricultural communities provided continuity when urban centers declined. Rural traditions preserved many Harappan cultural elements. The Harappan civilization stretched across diverse environmental zones. Each region presented different challenges and opportunities. The Harappans adapted their common culture to local conditions. These adaptations created regional variations within cultural unity. Mountain foothill communities adapted to different rainfall patterns and growing seasons. Houses were built to handle colder temperatures in winter. Agricultural techniques utilized slope irrigation and terracing. Storage systems protected crops from mountain weather. Desert edge settlements developed sophisticated water conservation techniques. Houses were designed to stay cool in extreme heat. Underground storage protected both food and water from evaporation. Building techniques used local materials adapted to arid conditions. Coastal communities integrated marine resources with agricultural production. Houses were elevated to protect from storm surges. Storage systems handled both agricultural and marine products. Social organization included fishing and farming specializations. River valley settlements dealt with annual flooding cycles. Houses were built on raised foundations to avoid flood damage. Drainage systems handled both household waste and floodwaters. Agricultural techniques utilized flood deposits for soil enrichment. Regional pottery styles reflected local preferences while maintaining common functions. Northern areas preferred certain decorative patterns. Southern regions developed different color schemes. Coastal areas included marine motifs in their pottery designs. These pottery variations show local artistic traditions within broader cultural unity. The same vessel shape served identical functions everywhere, but decorative elements reflected regional identities and preferences. Local creativity flourished within standardized systems. Clay sources affected pottery characteristics in different regions. Areas with fine clay produced smoother pottery surfaces. Regions with coarser clay developed different firing techniques. Local geology influenced artistic possibilities and technical solutions. Painting techniques varied according to available pigments and local artistic traditions. Some regions preferred geometric patterns. Others emphasized naturalistic animal designs. Color choices reflected locally available minerals and dyes. Local resource utilization created regional economic specializations. Areas rich in copper became metalworking centers. Regions with good stone developed specialized quarrying operations. Each area contributed its unique resources to the broader economy. Building materials reflected local geological conditions. River valley areas used fired brick construction. Mountain regions incorporated more stone in their buildings. Desert areas developed techniques for using sun-dried brick effectively. Architectural adaptations addressed local climate challenges. Hot regions developed better ventilation systems. Areas with heavy rainfall improved roof construction. Cold regions created better insulation techniques. Religious practices adapted to local environmental features. River communities emphasized water ceremonies. Mountain areas included stone worship elements. Coastal regions incorporated sea-related spiritual practices. Tree worship varied according to local forest species. Each region revered trees that were important in their environment. Sacred groves reflected local ecological knowledge. Religious practices reinforced environmental conservation. Agricultural calendars adapted to local growing seasons. Northern regions followed different planting schedules than southern areas. Mountain communities had shorter growing seasons. Coastal areas could grow crops year-round in some cases. Seasonal festivals probably reflected local agricultural cycles. Harvest celebrations varied according to crop types and timing. Planting ceremonies addressed local spiritual traditions. Religious calendars matched local environmental rhythms. Language variations may have existed across the vast territory. The undeciphered script could conceal dialect differences. Local vocabulary probably reflected regional specializations. Communication systems adapted to local needs while maintaining broader unity. Trade relationships varied according to geographical position and local resources. Border communities developed relationships with neighboring non-Harappan cultures. Coastal areas focused on maritime trade connections. Mountain regions specialized in overland trade routes. Cultural exchange occurred along trade routes and at regional boundaries. New ideas and techniques spread gradually across the territory. Innovation in one region eventually influenced practices elsewhere. Cultural diffusion maintained unity while allowing local adaptation. Population densities varied according to local carrying capacity. River valleys supported dense agricultural populations. Mountain areas had lower population densities. Coastal regions combined multiple resource bases for population support. Settlement patterns reflected local geographical constraints and opportunities. River valley communities clustered along waterways. Mountain settlements followed valley systems and trade routes. Coastal communities balanced marine and agricultural access. Migration patterns connected different regions and maintained cultural unity. People moved for marriage, trade, and seasonal work opportunities. These movements prevented regional isolation and maintained communication networks. The gradual cultural variations across territory created a cultural continuum rather than sharp boundaries. Border regions often combined elements from different traditions. Cultural change was gradual and natural rather than imposed. These regional adaptations strengthened rather than weakened Harappan civilization. Local adaptations made the culture more resilient to environmental changes. Regional specializations increased overall economic efficiency. Cultural diversity within unity became a source of strength. The Harappan achievement was creating unity without uniformity. Common standards and shared culture provided coordination benefits. Local adaptations ensured sustainability in diverse environments. This balance between unity and diversity contributed to their remarkable longevity and success. The regional adaptations across Harappan territory were made possible by remarkable technological achievements. Harappan engineers solved complex problems with elegant solutions. Their innovations supported urban life across diverse environments. Technology enabled their civilization to thrive for over 1,000 years. Sophisticated drainage systems represented the pinnacle of Harappan engineering. These systems were more advanced than anything built for the next 2,000 years. Every house in every city connected to covered drains. Wastewater flowed away from residential areas through carefully planned networks. The drainage systems used gravity to move water efficiently. Engineers calculated precise slopes for optimal flow rates. Too steep and the water moved too quickly. Too gentle and waste materials accumulated. The calculations were remarkably accurate. Covered drains protected the sewage from contamination and odors. Brick-lined channels carried wastewater beneath city streets. Manholes provided access for cleaning and maintenance. The entire system was designed for long-term operation. Junction boxes managed the flow where multiple drains connected. These structures prevented blockages and allowed for system expansion. Engineers planned for growth and changing needs. The infrastructure could adapt to urban development. Stormwater drainage was carefully separated from household waste systems. Heavy rains could overwhelm sewage systems if combined. Separate channels handled floodwaters and directed them away from buildings. This prevented damage during monsoon seasons. The main sewers were large enough for workers to enter for maintenance. Regular cleaning kept the systems flowing properly. Maintenance protocols were clearly established and followed. The engineering included operational considerations from the beginning. Inspection chambers allowed engineers to monitor system performance. These structures provided access points throughout the network. Problems could be identified and addressed quickly. Preventive maintenance kept the systems working efficiently. Water management techniques went far beyond simple drainage systems. Harappan engineers created comprehensive water supply and conservation networks. They understood the complete water cycle and designed systems accordingly. Well construction followed sophisticated engineering principles. Wells were lined with fired brick to prevent contamination. Different well designs suited different soil conditions. Engineers adapted their techniques to local geology. Public wells served community needs in residential areas. These large wells could supply multiple families. Community management ensured fair access and proper maintenance. Social organization supported technological systems. Private wells provided convenient water access for wealthy families. These smaller wells were integrated into house construction. Private systems reduced demands on public infrastructure. Wealth differences were reflected in water access. Reservoir construction at sites like Dolavira showed remarkable engineering skill. These rock-cut chambers could store enormous quantities of rainwater. The engineering maximized collection while minimizing evaporation losses. Channel systems directed rainwater into storage reservoirs. Engineers calculated catchment areas and flow patterns. They designed systems to capture every possible drop of precious water. Mathematical precision guided construction decisions. Water distribution systems carried stored water to where it was needed. Underground channels protected water from evaporation and contamination. Gravity-fed systems required minimal maintenance. The engineering was both sophisticated and practical. Construction technology and materials reached remarkable levels of sophistication. Harappan builders created structures that lasted for millennia. Their techniques were so advanced that many remain mysterious today. Brick manufacturing followed precise specifications throughout the civilization. The standard ratio of 4:1 was maintained everywhere. This standardization allowed mass production while ensuring structural compatibility. Quality control was remarkably consistent. Kiln design enabled high-temperature firing that created incredibly durable bricks. These kilns could maintain steady temperatures for extended periods. The firing process created bricks harder than modern alternatives. Many Harappan bricks are still intact after 4,000 years. Mortar composition varied according to specific construction needs. Standard mortar worked for most building applications. Waterproof mortar was used for baths and drainage systems. Engineers understood material properties and chose accordingly. Precision in measurement and planning was evident in every aspect of construction. City layouts followed precise geometric principles. Building dimensions were calculated to exact specifications. The accuracy rivals modern construction standards. Surveying techniques enabled accurate city planning across large areas. Engineers could establish straight streets over long distances. Right angles were maintained throughout grid systems. The mathematical precision required sophisticated knowledge. Construction planning coordinated multiple building projects simultaneously. Streets, drains, and buildings were integrated from the beginning. Infrastructure preceded residential construction. The planning prevented conflicts and inefficiencies. Earthquake-resistant building techniques protected structures in seismically active regions. Harappan engineers understood how earthquakes affected buildings. Their construction methods reduced damage from ground motion. Foundation design provided stable bases for buildings in various soil conditions. Deep foundations reached stable soil layers beneath surface materials. Different foundation types suited different geological conditions. Engineering adapted to local circumstances. Wall construction techniques distributed earthquake forces safely. Thick walls provided stability during ground motion. Buttresses reinforced critical structural elements. The techniques protected both buildings and inhabitants. Joint design allowed controlled movement during earthquakes. Flexible connections absorbed seismic energy without failure. Buildings could sway without collapsing. The engineering protected structural integrity. Quality control ensured consistent construction standards throughout the civilization. Standardized materials and techniques maintained structural reliability. Training programs spread engineering knowledge. Professional standards protected public safety. Maintenance systems kept infrastructure operating efficiently. Regular inspection identified problems before they became serious. Repair techniques restored damaged structures to original condition. Long-term thinking guided engineering decisions. The engineering achievements supported urban life at unprecedented scales. Cities could house tens of thousands of people safely and comfortably. Infrastructure systems provided essential services reliably. Technology enabled civilizational success. Harappan engineering marvels were supported by equally impressive achievements in metallurgy and materials science. Harappan metalworkers understood the properties of different metals and alloys. They developed techniques that would not be improved for thousands of years. Bronze working techniques reached remarkable levels of sophistication during the mature Harappan period. Harappan bronze smiths could control alloy compositions precisely. They understood how different copper-tin ratios affected metal properties. Different bronzes served different purposes. Furnace design enabled precise temperature control during smelting operations. These furnaces could reach and maintain exact temperatures needed for different alloys. Bellows systems provided consistent airflow for optimal combustion. Temperature control was crucial for quality metalwork. Crucible technology allowed small batch production of specialized alloys. These ceramic containers could withstand extreme temperatures without contaminating the metal. Different crucible designs suited different metalworking applications. The technology enabled precise alloy production. Smelting techniques extracted pure copper from ore deposits. Harappan metalworkers understood how to separate copper from waste rock. They knew which ores produced the best metal. Smelting required sophisticated understanding of chemistry. Tin sources were distant from Harappan territory, but metalworkers managed complex supply chains. Tin came from Central Asian deposits thousands of kilometers away. Trade networks supplied this essential material for bronze production. International commerce supported technological advancement. Alloying knowledge enabled production of bronzes with specific properties. Tools required hard, sharp edges for cutting applications. Decorative objects needed softer alloys for detailed work. Each application demanded different alloy compositions. Quality control ensured consistent bronze properties across different workshops. Standard recipes produced reliable results. Testing methods identified defective alloys before use. Metallurgical knowledge was carefully preserved and transmitted. Lost wax casting processes enabled production of complex metal sculptures. This technique allowed intricate details impossible with other casting methods. The famous dancing girl statue demonstrates mastery of lost wax casting. The process required sophisticated understanding of metal flow. Wax model creation was the first step in lost wax casting. Skilled artists created detailed wax sculptures. These models included all the details desired in the final bronze. Artistic and technical skills combined in model making. Mold preparation surrounded wax models with clay investment. The clay had to withstand high temperatures without cracking. Air channels allowed gases to escape during casting. Mold design affected casting quality and success rates. Wax removal involved heating molds to melt out the wax models. This left hollow cavities matching the original sculptures. Precise temperature control prevented mold damage. The process required careful timing and temperature management. Metal pouring filled the hollow molds with molten bronze. The metal had to be hot enough to flow into fine details. Cooling rates affected final metal properties. Casting required coordination between multiple specialized workers. Finishing processes removed casting marks and perfected surface details. Filing and polishing revealed the final sculpture. Surface treatments enhanced appearance and prevented corrosion. Finishing work required artistic as well as technical skills. Tool and weapon manufacturing supplied essential implements for daily life and craft production. Metal tools revolutionized agriculture, construction, and manufacturing. Harappan metalworkers produced tools superior to stone alternatives. Agricultural tools included plows, sickles, and hoes made from copper and bronze. These tools could break heavier soils and last longer than stone implements. Metal tools increased agricultural productivity significantly. Better tools supported larger populations. Construction tools included axes, chisels, and saws for woodworking and stone carving. Metal tools enabled more precise construction work. They allowed creation of decorative architectural elements. Construction quality improved with better tools. Craft tools included specialized implements for different manufacturing processes. Metalworkers made tools for pottery, textile production, and jewelry making. Each craft required specific tool designs. Specialized tools improved craft quality and efficiency. Weapons were less common in Harappan sites than in other ancient civilizations. Spearheads and arrowheads appear in small quantities. The relative scarcity suggests peaceful social conditions. Military technology was less developed than civilian applications. Decorative metalwork demonstrated the artistic capabilities of Harappan craftsmen. Jewellery and ornamental objects showed sophisticated aesthetic sense. Technical skill combined with artistic creativity to produce masterpieces. Gold working created jewellery and decorative objects for wealthy clients. Harappan goldsmiths understood techniques like granulation and filigree. They could create intricate patterns with tiny gold beads and wires. The artistry rivaled work from any ancient civilization. Silver objects included jewellery, vessels, and decorative items. Silver working required different techniques from copper and gold. Harappan craftsmen mastered multiple metallurgical traditions. Each metal demanded specialized knowledge and skills. Lead working produced weights for commercial use and small decorative objects. Lead was easier to work than other metals. It provided training opportunities for apprentice metalworkers. Lead objects show the full range of Harappan metallurgical activities. Heat treatment techniques altered metal properties after initial forming. Annealing softened metals for further working. Hardening increased durability for cutting tools. Harappan metalworkers understood how heat affected metal properties. Surface treatments protected metals from corrosion and enhanced appearance. Polishing created mirror-like finishes on decorative objects. Chemical treatments may have been used for surface coloration. Appearance was important for luxury goods. Repair techniques extended the useful life of valuable metal objects. Broken tools could be mended rather than discarded. Worn jewellery could be reshaped and reused. Conservation of valuable materials was economically important. Recycling systems recovered metal from worn-out objects. Old tools and jewellery were melted down for new products. Metal was too valuable to waste. Recycling systems supported sustainable metallurgical industries. Metallurgical achievements supported advances in transportation technology. Harappan engineers created sophisticated systems for moving people and goods across vast distances. Transportation networks connected the entire civilization and linked it to foreign cultures. Dockyard construction at Lothal represents one of the greatest engineering achievements of the ancient world. This artificial harbour was carved from solid rock and connected to the sea by engineered channels. The dockyard could accommodate large seagoing vessels safely. Harbour design utilised natural tidal flows for efficient ship operations. Ships could enter during high tide when water levels were highest. They could rest safely in the harbour during low tide periods. The design worked with natural forces rather than against them. Channel construction connected the harbour to river and sea systems. These artificial waterways required precise engineering to maintain proper depths. Siltation control prevented channels from becoming blocked. Regular maintenance kept the system operational. Lock systems may have controlled water levels in the harbour. These structures could maintain optimal depths regardless of tidal conditions. Water level control enabled ship operations throughout tidal cycles. The engineering was remarkably sophisticated for its time. Breakwater construction protected the harbour from storm damage. These barriers deflected wave energy away from moored ships. Storm protection was essential for harbour operations. The structures had to withstand extreme weather conditions. Loading facilities enabled efficient transfer of cargo between ships and shore. Wharves provided stable platforms for loading operations. Cranes may have lifted heavy cargo containers. The infrastructure supported commercial operations. Tidal calculations showed sophisticated understanding of ocean dynamics. Harappan engineers could predict tidal patterns accurately. They understood how moon phases affected water levels. This knowledge was essential for harbour operations and navigation. Navigation techniques enabled safe passage across open ocean waters. Harappan sailors understood seasonal wind patterns and ocean currents. They could read stars for direction during long voyages. Navigation knowledge was carefully guarded and transmitted. Shipbuilding technology created vessels capable of long-distance ocean travel. These ships had to be large enough to carry substantial cargo loads. They needed to be seaworthy enough for dangerous ocean passages. Construction required sophisticated understanding of marine engineering. Ship design balanced cargo capacity with seaworthiness and speed. Different vessel types served different purposes. Trading ships maximized cargo space. Fast vessels carried valuable lightweight goods. Each design represented engineering compromises. Hull construction used techniques that prevented leaking in rough seas. Planks were carefully fitted and sealed against water intrusion. Hull shapes provided stability and speed in different sea conditions. Construction quality was crucial for safety. Sail systems captured wind energy for propulsion across long distances. Different sail configurations suited different wind conditions. Sailors could adjust sails for optimal performance. Wind power enabled efficient long-distance travel. Cart construction supported overland transportation of goods and people. Hairpin carts were sophisticated vehicles capable of carrying heavy loads over long distances. Cart technology enabled land-based trade networks. Wheel technology revolutionized transportation and craft production. The potter's wheel enabled creation of perfectly symmetrical vessels. Cartwheels reduced friction and enabled heavy load transport. Wheel technology spread throughout Harappan culture. Axle design provided reliable rotating connections between wheels and cart bodies. These connections had to withstand heavy loads and rough roads. Bearing surfaces reduced friction and wear. Axle technology was crucial for cart performance. Cart bodies were designed to carry different types of cargo efficiently. Some carts specialized in bulk grain transport. Others carried craft products and luxury goods. Design variations reflected different transportation needs. Pack animal utilization provided alternative transportation methods for different terrain. Cattle and water buffalo could pull heavy carts on flat roads. Pack animals carried loads through mountain passes. Different animals suited different transportation challenges. Animal breeding programs developed stronger and more efficient transport animals. Selective breeding improved load-carrying capacity and endurance. Well-trained animals were valuable assets for trade operations. Animal husbandry supported transportation systems. Harness technology transferred animal power efficiently to vehicles. Harnesses had to distribute loads safely without injuring animals. Different harness designs suited different animal types. Proper equipment was essential for animal welfare and performance. Road construction created networks that connected settlements across vast distances. These roads enabled efficient cart transport between cities. Road maintenance kept routes open during all seasons. Transportation infrastructure supported economic integration. River navigation utilized natural waterways for bulk cargo transport. Rivers could carry much heavier loads than overland routes. Navigation techniques enabled safe passage through different river conditions. Water transport was often more efficient than land routes. Boat construction created vessels suitable for river and coastal navigation. Different boat designs suited different water conditions. River boats maximized cargo capacity. Coastal vessels provided seaworthiness for ocean conditions. Bridge construction enabled transportation routes to cross rivers and valleys. These structures had to withstand floods and seasonal water level changes. Bridge engineering was essential for reliable transportation networks. The transportation achievements connected Harappan civilization internally and linked it to foreign cultures. Efficient transport enabled trade, communication, and cultural exchange. Transportation technology was fundamental to civilizational success and longevity. The remarkable transportation systems and technological achievements sustained Harappan civilization for over 1,000 years. But even the most advanced technology could not overcome fundamental environmental changes. Around 1900 BCE, the climate began to shift dramatically across the Indus Valley region. These changes would transform the entire civilization. Climate change and aridification marked the beginning of the end for mature Harappan culture. The monsoon patterns that had sustained agriculture for centuries began to weaken. Summer rains became less reliable year after year. Winter precipitation decreased significantly across the region. The changes were gradual at first. Farmers could adapt to occasional dry years. Storage systems provided backup during poor harvest seasons, but the climate shift was persistent and long-lasting. Each decade brought drier conditions than the one before. Temperature patterns also began to change during this period. Summers became hotter and more extreme. The growing season shortened in many areas. Crops that had thrived for generations struggled in the new conditions. Archaeological evidence shows clear signs of increasing aridity. Lake beds dried up across the region. Riverbeds show evidence of reduced water flow. Pollen samples reveal changes in vegetation patterns. The entire ecosystem was transforming. The Sarasvati river system underwent the most dramatic changes of all. This mighty river had sustained millions of people for thousands of years. It was larger and more important than the Indus itself. More Harappan cities clustered along the Sarasvati than any other waterway. The Sarasvati began to weaken around 2000 BCE. Its tributaries in the Himalayas started drying up. Less snow fell in the mountains each year. Glacial melt decreased significantly. The river's flow reduced dramatically over several centuries. Satellite imagery reveals the ancient course of the Sarasvati River. Modern technology can trace its path across the landscape. The river once flowed through areas that are now desert. Archaeological sites cluster along this ancient waterway. The river's decline was caused by multiple factors working together. Climate change reduced precipitation in the watershed. Tectonic activity may have altered river courses. Glacial retreat reduced summer water supplies. The changes were irreversible with ancient technology. Cities along the Sarasvati faced impossible choices as water became scarce. Some communities tried to dig deeper wells, others attempted to conserve remaining water supplies. Many settlements were gradually abandoned as conditions worsened. The loss of the Sarasvati was catastrophic for Harappan agriculture. Millions of hectares of farmland became unusable. Food production declined drastically across the region. Urban populations could no longer be sustained. Flooding paradoxically accompanied the long-term drying trend. When rains did come, they often arrived in destructive downpours. Rivers could not handle the sudden water volumes. Flash floods destroyed crops and buildings. The Indus River also experienced more extreme flooding during this period. Archaeological evidence shows flood deposits in many cities. Mohenjo-daro was repeatedly damaged by floodwaters. Residents rebuilt after each flood, but the damage accumulated over time. Geological shifts may have contributed to both flooding and river course changes. Tectonic activity could have altered drainage patterns. Earthquakes may have damaged water management infrastructure. Natural disasters added to climate-related problems. Agricultural sustainability became impossible under the new environmental conditions. Crops that had grown reliably for centuries began to fail. Farmers tried new techniques and different crop varieties, but the environmental changes overwhelmed their adaptations. Soil salination became a growing problem as water tables dropped. Intensive irrigation left salt deposits in agricultural fields. Saline soil could not support crop growth. Large areas of farmland became permanently unusable. Water management systems designed for stable conditions could not handle extreme variability. Reservoirs and channels were sized for historical water flows. They could not cope with both droughts and floods. Infrastructure became unreliable and expensive to maintain. Resource depletion effects extended beyond water and agricultural land. Forests were cleared faster than they could regenerate. Fuel wood became scarce near major settlements. Construction timber had to be imported from greater distances. Metal ore deposits near Harappan territory became exhausted after centuries of intensive mining. Copper sources in Rajasthan were depleted. Trade routes to distant ore deposits became more difficult and expensive. Resource scarcity affected craft production. Trade relationships with distant regions became unreliable as environmental conditions changed everywhere. Climate change was regional rather than local. Partner civilizations faced their own environmental challenges. International commerce became more difficult and risky. The environmental changes were too large and persistent for ancient technology to overcome. Modern civilizations struggle with similar climate shifts. Ancient peoples had even fewer options for adaptation. Environmental change forced fundamental social and economic transformations. Some regions adapted better than others to the changing conditions. Areas with diverse water sources were more resilient. Communities with flexible agricultural systems could adapt more easily. But even successful adaptations required major cultural changes. The environmental crisis unfolded over several centuries rather than decades. This gave communities time to develop adaptive strategies, but it also meant that conditions continued worsening year after year. Hope for recovery gradually disappeared. Population movements began as environmental conditions became untenable. People left the worst affected areas in search of better conditions. These migrations disrupted social systems and trade networks. Environmental change triggered social transformation. Environmental changes created stress throughout Harappan society. But internal factors also contributed to civilizational decline and transformation. Social systems that had worked for centuries began to break down under pressure. Internal problems amplified the effects of environmental challenges. Population pressure intensified as agricultural productivity declined. The same number of people had to survive on less food. Competition for scarce resources increased social tensions. Traditional sharing systems came under severe strain. Urban populations were particularly vulnerable to food shortages. Cities depended completely on rural food production. When agricultural surpluses disappeared, urban life became unsustainable. Many cities could not feed their populations adequately. Resource stress affected all aspects of Harappan society. Water became a source of conflict between communities. Competition for remaining fertile land intensified. Access to trade goods became limited to the wealthy elite. Craft production declined as raw materials became scarce and expensive. Metal ores were harder to obtain from distant sources. Fuel for kilns and furnaces was increasingly difficult to find. Quality standards began to slip as resources became limited. The standardization that had unified Harappan culture began to break down. Local communities made their own solutions to resource problems. Regional variations increased as central coordination weakened. Unity gradually gave way to local adaptations. Possible social and political disruptions emerged as traditional systems failed to cope with new challenges. Leadership structures that worked during prosperity struggled during crisis. Decision-making systems became less effective under stress. Evidence suggests increasing social inequality during the late Harappan period. Wealth became more concentrated as resources grew scarce. The gap between rich and poor widened significantly. Social tensions may have increased as inequality grew. Religious and ritual systems may have been questioned as conditions worsened. Traditional ceremonies designed to ensure prosperity seemed ineffective. New spiritual movements may have emerged to address changing circumstances. Religious authority may have been challenged. Trade network breakdowns had cascading effects throughout the civilization. Long-distance commerce became more difficult and expensive. International relationships deteriorated as partner civilizations faced their own problems. Economic integration began to unravel. The loss of trade connections reduced access to essential materials. Metals, precious stones, and other imports became unavailable. Local substitutes were often inferior to imported materials. Quality of life declined for all social classes. Commercial relationships that had lasted for centuries came to an end. Mesopotamian texts stopped mentioning Harappan traders after 1800 BCE. Archaeological evidence shows declining international trade. Economic isolation contributed to civilizational decline. Urban maintenance challenges became overwhelming as resources became scarce. Drainage systems required constant repair and cleaning. Roads needed regular maintenance to remain passable. Public buildings deteriorated without adequate upkeep. The sophisticated infrastructure that had enabled urban life became a burden. Maintenance costs exceeded available resources. Some systems were abandoned rather than repaired. Urban services declined throughout the civilization. Water management systems were particularly expensive to maintain. Wells needed regular cleaning and repair. Drainage channels required constant attention to prevent blockages. Reservoir systems needed periodic reconstruction. Evidence of gradual abandonment appears at many Harappan sites. Cities were not suddenly destroyed or conquered. Instead, populations slowly declined over several generations. Buildings were abandoned section by section. Archaeological layers show the gradual process of urban decline. Later periods show lower population densities. Building quality declined over time. Fewer imported goods appear in later layers. Some areas of cities were abandoned while others continued to be occupied. The highest quality residential areas were often abandoned first. Commercial districts might continue operating with reduced activity. The decline was uneven but persistent. Craft workshops show evidence of declining activity during the late period. Fewer tools and waste products appear in archaeological deposits. Workshop areas were sometimes converted to residential use. Specialized production decreased significantly. Administrative systems probably became less effective as populations declined. Fewer people meant less tax revenue for public services. Standardization became more difficult to maintain. Central authority gradually weakened. Record-keeping systems may have broken down as literacy declined. Fewer people could read and write Indus script. Administrative seals become less common in late periods. Bureaucratic systems simplified or disappeared entirely. The breakdown of internal systems created feedback loops that accelerated decline. Reduced trade meant fewer resources for infrastructure maintenance. Poor infrastructure made trade more difficult. Each problem made other problems worse. Social cohesion weakened as traditional institutions failed. Community cooperation became more difficult to maintain. Trust between different groups declined. Social capital accumulated over centuries was gradually lost. Leadership systems that had coordinated large populations became less effective. Smaller populations required different organizational approaches. Traditional authority structures may have become obsolete. New forms of organization emerged to meet changing needs. The internal decline was gradual and largely voluntary. People made rational decisions to leave unsuccessful cities. They sought better opportunities in more promising locations. The decline reflected adaptation rather than catastrophic failure. As environmental conditions worsened and cities declined, Harappan populations began to migrate in search of better opportunities. These movements were gradual and voluntary rather than sudden flights from disaster. Migration patterns created the late Harappan phase of the civilization. Late Harappan phase characteristics differed significantly from the mature period. Settlements were smaller and less sophisticated. Urban planning became simpler and less standardized. The elaborate infrastructure of earlier cities was not replicated. Pottery styles changed during the late Harappan period. New forms appeared that were different from classical Harappan shapes. Decorative patterns became more regional and less standardized. Local traditions became more important than civilizational unity. Architecture became simpler and more adapted to local conditions. The standardized brick sizes were less consistently maintained. Building techniques showed more regional variation. Construction quality generally declined from earlier standards. Script usage appears to have declined during the late Harappan phase. Fewer inscribed objects appear in archaeological deposits. The writing system may have been gradually abandoned. Literacy probably became less common. Population movements followed logical patterns based on environmental conditions. People moved toward areas with more reliable water sources. River valleys with perennial streams attracted migrants. Coastal areas offered access to marine resources. The eastern regions received many migrants from the drying western areas. The Ganges Valley became more important as the Sarasvati system failed. Archaeological evidence shows Harappan cultural elements appearing in eastern sites. Southward migrations brought Harappan elements to peninsular India. Cultural traits associated with the Harappans appear in South Indian archaeological sites. These movements may have influenced later Dravidian cultures. Population dispersals created smaller, scattered communities rather than large urban centres. Villages replaced cities as the dominant settlement type. Rural life became more important than urban civilization. The demographic pattern reversed. Many migrants maintained Harappan cultural traditions in their new homes. Pottery styles continued with gradual modifications. Craft techniques were preserved and adapted to new conditions. Cultural continuity persisted despite geographical dispersion. Cultural continuities included religious and ritual practices that survived the urban decline. Fire altars continue to appear in late Harappan sites. Mother goddess figurines remain common. Spiritual traditions showed remarkable persistence. Burial practices maintained many Harappan characteristics. The same orientation and grave good patterns continued. Death rituals preserved cultural memory. Religious beliefs provided continuity during cultural transformation. Cultural discontinuities were equally significant in late Harappan sites. Urban planning disappeared almost completely. Drainage systems were much simpler. The sophisticated infrastructure was not maintained. Standardization broke down as central authority weakened. Regional variations became much more pronounced. Local innovations replaced civilizational unity. Cultural diversity increased as central control declined. International trade connections were largely lost during this transformation. Foreign materials disappear from late Harappan sites. Local materials replaced imported goods. Economic networks became more regional and local. Integration with successor cultures occurred gradually over several centuries. Harappan migrants mixed with local populations in their new territories. Intermarriage and cultural exchange created hybrid communities. Archaeological evidence suggests peaceful integration rather than conquest. No evidence of warfare appears in late Harappan sites. Cultural mixing appears voluntary and gradual. Different populations learned from each other. New agricultural techniques were adopted from local populations. Migrants learned crops and farming methods suited to new environments. Local populations adopted Harappan craft techniques and tools. Knowledge exchange benefited all groups. Language mixing probably occurred as different populations interacted. Harappan languages may have influenced local speech patterns. Local languages may have adopted Harappan vocabulary. Linguistic evolution accompanied cultural change. Archaeological evidence for transition appears throughout former Harappan territory. Late Harappan sites show mixtures of old and new cultural elements. Traditional pottery appears alongside new forms. Cultural change was gradual and complex. Cemetery evidence shows population mixing in late Harappan communities. Burial practices combine Harappan traditions with local customs. Grave goods include both traditional and innovative elements. Death rituals reflect cultural blending. Settlement patterns change from urban concentration to rural dispersal. Villages became the dominant community type. Towns served limited regional functions. Cities disappeared from most areas. The transformation process took several centuries to complete. Different regions experienced change at different rates. Some areas maintained Harappan traditions longer than others. The process was uneven and gradual. Cultural memory of the urban period persisted in oral traditions. Stories of great cities may have been preserved for generations. Religious traditions maintained connections to the urban past. Cultural identity evolved but did not disappear completely. Scholars have proposed many different theories to explain the end of Harappan civilization. Each theory emphasizes different factors and evidence. The debate continues as new discoveries provide additional information. Understanding the collapse helps explain broader patterns of civilizational change. The Aryan invasion theory dominated scholarly thinking for many decades. This theory suggested that Indo-European speaking peoples conquered the Harappan cities. Military conquest supposedly destroyed the peaceful Harappan civilization. Archaeological evidence was interpreted to support invasion scenarios. The invasion theory fit colonial-era assumptions about Indian history. European scholars believed that advanced civilizations must have come from outside India. They assumed that warfare was the normal cause of civilizational change. The theory reinforced ideas about racial and cultural superiority. Archaeological evidence failed to support the invasion theory over time. No evidence of warfare or destruction appears in late Harappan sites. No foreign weapons or military equipment appears in the archaeological record. Cities were gradually abandoned rather than destroyed. The Aryan invasion theory has been largely abandoned by modern scholars. Linguistic evidence suggests more gradual cultural change. Archaeological patterns show peaceful transformation rather than violent conquest. The theory reflected outdated assumptions rather than solid evidence. Climate change hypothesis gained support as environmental evidence accumulated. Paleoclimatic data show significant climate change around 2000 BCE. Archaeological evidence confirms environmental stress during the late Harappan period. Climate change provides a compelling explanation for civilizational transformation. The climate change theory explains many aspects of Harappan decline. Reduced agricultural productivity would have undermined urban life. Environmental stress would have forced population movements. Climate change affects all aspects of society simultaneously. River course changes theory focuses specifically on the loss of the Sarasvati river system. This theory emphasizes the importance of water resources for civilizational sustainability. The drying of the Sarasvati would have been catastrophic for dependent populations. Geological evidence supports the river course change theory. Satellite imagery reveals the ancient Sarasvati riverbed. Archaeological sites cluster along this ancient waterway. The correlation between river changes and urban decline is compelling. Internal decay theories suggest that Harappan civilization declined from internal problems rather than external forces. These theories emphasize social, political, or economic factors. Civilizations may have natural life cycles that end in decline and transformation. Some internal decay theories focus on social stratification and inequality. Growing wealth gaps may have created social tensions. Political systems may have become less effective over time. Social cohesion may have weakened gradually. Economic theories emphasize trade network breakdowns and resource depletion. Loss of international commerce would have reduced prosperity. Exhaustion of local resources would have created economic stress. Economic problems would have cascading effects throughout society. Multi-causal explanations recognize that complex civilizations decline from multiple factors working together. Environmental change, internal problems, and external pressures may have combined. No single factor was sufficient to cause collapse. The multi-causal approach seems most consistent with available evidence. Environmental change created stress throughout the system. Internal problems made adaptation more difficult. External trade disruptions reduced available resources. All factors worked together to force transformation. Modern scholarly consensus emphasizes transformation rather than collapse. The Harappan civilization did not disappear suddenly or completely. Instead, it evolved into different cultural forms adapted to changing conditions. People survived and adapted rather than disappearing. The transformation perspective emphasizes cultural continuity alongside change. Many Harappan elements persisted in successor cultures. Religious traditions, craft techniques, and social practices continued in modified forms. The civilization evolved rather than ending abruptly. This perspective sees the late Harappan phase as adaptation rather than decline. Communities developed new strategies for survival under difficult conditions. Smaller settlements and simpler technologies were appropriate responses to changed circumstances. The scholarly consensus recognizes the complexity of civilizational change. Simple explanations like invasion or collapse cannot explain the archaeological evidence. Multiple factors and gradual processes better explain what actually happened. Recent discoveries continue to refine understanding of Harappan transformation. New excavations reveal additional evidence about late Harappan communities. Advanced scientific techniques provide more precise dates and environmental data. The understanding continues to evolve. Climate change research has become particularly important for understanding ancient civilizations. Modern climate science helps explain ancient environmental changes. Contemporary climate challenges provide new perspectives on ancient adaptations. The Harappan transformation offers lessons for modern civilizations facing environmental challenges. Ancient adaptations show both successful and unsuccessful strategies. Understanding the past may help address contemporary problems. The end of the Harappan civilization was not a failure, but a transformation. People adapted to changing conditions in creative ways. Cultural traditions survived in modified forms. The civilization evolved to meet new challenges and opportunities. The transformation of Harappan civilization did not mean the end of their influence. Many elements of Harappan culture survived in the societies that followed. These continuities shaped South Asian civilization for thousands of years. The Harappan legacy lived on in countless ways. Urban planning influences from Harappan cities appeared in later South Asian settlements. The grid pattern of streets became a standard feature. Straight roads intersecting at right angles created organized city layouts. This planning principle spread throughout the subcontinent. Planned drainage systems continued to appear in later cities. Covered drains running beneath streets became common practice. House connections to public sewerage systems remained standard. The Harappan innovation in urban sanitation influenced city building for millennia. Water management remained a central concern in South Asian urban planning. Cities continued to emphasize reliable water supplies and waste removal. Public wells served community needs. Private wells provided water for wealthy families. The Harappan focus on water infrastructure became a lasting tradition. Residential architecture preserved many Harappan characteristics. Houses built around central courtyards remained the preferred design. Multiple rooms served different family functions. Flat roofs provided additional living space. The courtyard house became the standard South Asian home design. Craft traditions' persistence showed remarkable continuity across thousands of years. Pottery-making techniques developed by Harappan craftsmen continued in later cultures. The potter's wheel remained the standard tool. Firing techniques and clay preparation methods were passed down through generations. Bead-making survived as an important craft tradition. The same types of stones were used for jewelry production. Drilling techniques for creating holes remained similar. Color preferences and design patterns showed continuity. Bead-making centers continued operating in the same regions. Metalworking traditions maintained Harappan techniques and knowledge. Bronze working continued with similar alloy compositions. Tool designs remained largely unchanged. Decorative techniques like lost wax casting survived. Metalworking families preserved ancient skills. Textile production showed the strongest continuities. Cotton cultivation continued in the same regions. Spinning and weaving techniques remained similar. The same types of looms were used for cloth production. India's textile industry built on Harappan foundations. Religious and ritual continuities were particularly striking. Fire worship practices appeared in later Vedic traditions. Sacred fires burned in temples across South Asia. The techniques and rituals showed remarkable similarities to Harappan practices. Tree worship continued as an important religious tradition. The pipal tree remained sacred throughout South Asian cultures. Sacred groves were protected and revered. Tree spirits were honored in religious ceremonies. The connection to Harappan tree worship seems clear. Animal reverence survived in later religious traditions. Bulls remained sacred animals in Hindu culture. Elephants were honored and respected. Tigers and other powerful animals retained spiritual significance. The Harappan respect for animals continued. Water worship became central to South Asian religious traditions. Rivers were treated as goddesses and sacred beings. Ritual bathing purified worshippers of sins and spiritual pollution. The Great Bath tradition lived on in temple tank construction. Mother goddess worship persisted throughout South Asian cultures. Female figurines continued to appear in religious contexts. Fertility goddesses were honored in agriculture and family life. The Harappan emphasis on feminine divinity survived. Agricultural practices showed significant continuities from Harappan times. The same crops continued to be grown in the same regions. Wheat and barley remained important grains. Cotton cultivation continued in Gujarat and surrounding areas. Irrigation techniques developed by Harappan farmers continued in use. Channel systems carried water to agricultural fields. Well irrigation supported farming in dry areas. Water conservation methods remained important in agricultural planning. Ploughing techniques using oxen remained standard practice. Metal ploughs continued to be used for breaking soil. The same animals provided power for agricultural work. Farming methods showed remarkable stability across millennia. Food processing techniques survived from Harappan times. Grain grinding using stone platforms continued. Storage methods for preserving crops remained similar. Cooking techniques and food preparation showed continuity. Social organizational patterns from Harappan culture influenced later societies. Craft specialization remained an important economic principle. Families continued to specialize in particular trades. Knowledge and skills passed from parents to children. Community cooperation remained important in South Asian societies. Shared wells and common facilities required group management. Religious festivals brought communities together. Collective work projects benefited entire villages. Gender roles showed some continuities with Harappan practices. Women continued to play important roles in craft production. Textile work remained primarily female activity. Family management was shared between genders. Trade organization maintained Harappan characteristics. Standardized weights and measures remained important. Quality control ensured consistent products. Long-distance commerce continued to connect distant regions. Settlement patterns showed influence from Harappan models. Villages clustered around water sources. Regional centers served administrative and commercial functions. The hierarchy of settlements continued. Burial practices in some regions maintained Harappan characteristics. Simple interments with modest grave goods continued. Extended burials in specific orientations remained common. Death rituals showed cultural continuity. The legal concepts of property ownership and commercial law probably survived. Evidence suggests continued understanding of contracts and agreements. Trade relationships required legal frameworks. Commercial law showed remarkable stability. Urban-rural relationships maintained Harappan patterns. Cities depended on agricultural hinterlands for food supplies. Rural areas needed manufactured goods from urban centres. The economic relationship persisted across cultural changes. Administrative systems probably preserved some Harappan elements. Record-keeping remained important for tax collection. Standardized measures facilitated trade and administration. Bureaucratic traditions may have survived cultural transitions. Religious architecture showed some continuities with Harappan practices. Fire altars continued to appear in religious sites. Stepped tank construction resembled the Great Bath design. Religious building techniques preserved ancient knowledge. The persistence of so many cultural elements suggests remarkable continuity. The Harappan influence on South Asian culture was profound and lasting. Their innovations became fundamental features of later civilizations. The cultural DNA of the Harappans survived their political transformation. For over 3,000 years, the Harappan civilization remained hidden beneath the earth. The great cities were buried and forgotten. Local people lived above ancient settlements without knowing their history. The rediscovery began accidentally with railway construction. 19th and 20th century archaeological work gradually revealed the extent and sophistication of Harappan culture. Each excavation uncovered new surprises. Each discovery challenged existing assumptions about ancient Indian history. The archaeological work revolutionized understanding of early civilization. Alexander Cunningham's initial surveys in the 1870s provided the first glimpse of Harappan achievements. His careful drawings and descriptions documented mysterious seals and artifacts. Cunningham recognized the antiquity and sophistication of these remains. His work established the foundation for future research. Sir John Marshall's systematic excavations beginning in 1921 transformed understanding completely. Marshall recognized that he had discovered a lost civilization. His announcement in 1924 shocked the archaeological world. A third great ancient civilization had been found. Marshall's excavation methods established standards for Indian archaeology. He insisted on careful documentation and photography. Site plans and artifact catalogues recorded discoveries systematically. His methods became models for future archaeological work. R.D. Banerjee's work at Mohenjo-Daro revealed the sophistication of Harappan urban planning. The Great Bath and elaborate drainage systems amazed archaeologists. The quality of construction rivaled anything from the ancient world. Banerjee's discoveries changed perceptions of ancient Indian capabilities. Mortimer Wheeler brought military precision to Harappan archaeology in the 1940s. His excavation techniques revealed stratigraphic sequences and dating information. Wheeler's methods provided scientific rigor to archaeological interpretation. His work established chronologies that are still used today. Changing interpretations over time reflected new discoveries and evolving theoretical approaches. Early scholars assumed Harappan culture was primitive and static. Later research revealed dynamic change and sophisticated achievement. Understanding continued to evolve with new evidence. The Aryan invasion theory dominated early interpretations of Harappan decline. Scholars assumed that more advanced peoples had conquered peaceful farmers. This interpretation reflected colonial-era assumptions about cultural superiority. Archaeological evidence eventually disproved this theory. Environmental explanations gained prominence as paleoclimatic evidence accumulated. Climate change and river course changes provided better explanations for cultural transformation. Natural forces rather than human conquest seemed responsible for Harappan changes. New technologies in archaeology revolutionized Harappan studies from the 1960s onward. Scientific dating methods provided precise chronologies. Carbon-14 dating established accurate time periods for different cultural phases. Thermoluminescence dating verified the age of pottery and other artifacts. Aerial photography revealed settlement patterns invisible from ground level. Archaeologists could map entire regions and identify previously unknown sites. Aerial surveys multiplied the number of known Harappan settlements. The true extent of the civilization became clear. Ground-penetrating radar allowed archaeologists to map buried structures without excavation. This technology revealed building layouts and infrastructure systems. Non-invasive techniques preserved sites while gathering information. Archaeological efficiency improved dramatically. Computer modeling helped archaeologists understand ancient environmental conditions. Climate reconstructions showed how conditions changed over time. Hydrological models revealed ancient river patterns. Technology provided new tools for understanding the past. DNA studies and population genetics brought biological evidence to archaeological questions. Ancient DNA extracted from Harappan skeletons provided information about population relationships. Genetic studies traced population movements and cultural connections. Modern population genetics revealed the genetic legacy of Harappan peoples. DNA studies showed continuity between ancient and modern South Asian populations. The Harappans did not disappear but became part of later populations. Genetic evidence supported archaeological interpretations of cultural transformation. Migration patterns revealed by genetics matched archaeological evidence of population movements. DNA studies confirmed movement from the Indus Valley to other regions. Genetic mixing showed interaction between Harappan migrants and local populations. Biology supported historical interpretations. Studies of ancient diseases provided information about Harappan health and nutrition. Skeletal analysis revealed evidence of periodic food shortages. Disease patterns showed the stresses of urban life. Medical evidence supplemented archaeological understanding. Satellite archaeology discoveries reveal the full extent of Harappan settlement. Space-based remote sensing identified hundreds of previously unknown sites. Satellite imagery traced ancient river courses and settlement patterns. Technology revealed the true scope of Harappan achievement. The Sarasvati River course was mapped using satellite data. This ancient waterway was invisible from ground level but clear from space. Satellite mapping explained the distribution of Harappan sites. Environmental archaeology gained powerful new tools. Urban planning at Harappan sites became visible through satellite analysis. Street patterns and building layouts could be mapped without excavation. The sophistication of city planning became fully apparent. Remote sensing revealed architectural achievements. Digital archaeology transformed data recording and analysis. Computer databases catalogued thousands of artifacts and their contexts. Statistical analysis revealed patterns invisible to earlier scholars. Digital tools enhanced archaeological interpretation. 3D modeling reconstructed ancient buildings and entire cities. Virtual reality allowed scholars to experience Harappan spaces. Digital reconstruction helped public understanding of archaeological discoveries. Technology brought the past to life. International collaboration expanded Harappan research beyond South Asia. Scholars from many countries contributed expertise and resources. Comparative studies related Harappan achievement to other ancient civilizations. Global perspectives enriched understanding. Conservation archaeology became increasingly important as sites faced modern threats. Urban development and climate change threatened archaeological remains. New techniques preserved sites for future research. Conservation balanced development needs with historical preservation. Public archaeology made Harappan discoveries accessible to broader audiences. Museums and educational programs shared archaeological knowledge. Popular books and documentaries reached millions of people. Public interest supported continued research. The rediscovery process continues today as new sites are found and new techniques are developed. Each excavation season brings new discoveries and insights. Technology continues to provide new tools for understanding the past. The Harappan story grows richer each year. The rediscovery of Harappan civilization offers valuable lessons for contemporary societies. Their achievements and challenges provide insights for modern urban planning, environmental management, and social organization. Ancient wisdom can inform contemporary solutions. Sustainable urban planning models from Harappan cities offer guidance for modern development. Harappan cities were planned for long-term sustainability rather than short-term profit. Infrastructure was built to last for centuries. Planning principles emphasized community welfare over individual gain. Grid-pattern streets created efficient transportation networks. Straight roads allowed easy movement of people and goods. Planned intersections prevented traffic conflicts. The system was logical and easy to navigate. Modern cities benefit from similar planning principles. Mixed-use development in Harappan cities combined residential, commercial, and craft areas. People could live near their workplaces. Services were distributed throughout cities. This reduced transportation needs and created vibrant neighborhoods. Mixed-use planning remains relevant for sustainable development. Green infrastructure in Harappan cities integrated natural systems with built environments. Trees provided shade and cooling. Gardens supplied food and beauty. Natural drainage worked with engineered systems. Ecological planning created healthier cities. Water management techniques from Harappan civilization provide models for water-scarce regions. Harappan engineers maximized water collection and minimized waste. Every drop was precious and carefully managed. Their innovations remain relevant for arid regions worldwide. Rainwater harvesting at D'Oliveira demonstrated sophisticated water conservation. Reservoirs captured seasonal rainfall for year-round use. Collection systems maximized capture from limited precipitation. Storage techniques minimized evaporation losses. Modern water-scarce cities can learn from these innovations. Wastewater management in Harappan cities prevented contamination of water supplies. Sewerage systems carried waste away from residential areas. Treatment and disposal protected public health. Integrated water management addressed the complete water cycle. Groundwater management protected aquifers from overuse and contamination. Wells were properly constructed and maintained. Water quality was protected through careful planning. Sustainable use prevented resource depletion. Modern groundwater management can benefit from these principles. Peaceful coexistence evidence from Harappan society offers hope for contemporary conflict resolution. Harappan cities show no evidence of warfare or military conquest. Different communities lived together peacefully. Cooperation was more important than competition. Trade relationships rather than military force created prosperity. Commercial connections enriched all participants. Mutual benefit was more valuable than domination. Economic cooperation prevented conflicts. Modern international relations can learn from these examples. Social organization in Harappan cities minimized inequality while encouraging achievement. Wealth differences existed but were not extreme. Social mobility allowed advancement through merit. Community welfare balanced individual success. These principles remain relevant for modern societies. Conflict resolution mechanisms must have existed to maintain peace for centuries. Community decision-making prevented conflicts from escalating. Shared resources were managed fairly. Social systems channeled competition constructively. Modern communities need similar conflict prevention. Environmental adaptation strategies from Harappan culture provide guidance for climate change responses. Harappan people adapted to changing environmental conditions over centuries. They developed flexible systems that could adjust to new circumstances. Adaptation rather than resistance proved more successful. Agricultural diversification reduced risks from climate variability. Multiple crops provided security against individual failures. Different growing seasons spread risks across time. Diverse food systems were more resilient than specialized ones. Modern agriculture benefits from similar diversification. Water conservation became more important as climate became drier. Storage systems provided security during droughts. Conservation techniques stretched limited supplies. Efficient use replaced wasteful practices. Climate adaptation required new technologies and social systems. Migration as adaptation allowed populations to find better conditions. Movement was voluntary and gradual rather than forced displacement. People maintained cultural connections while adapting to new environments. Migration was a successful adaptation strategy rather than a failure. Trade and economic organization in Harappan civilization demonstrates sustainable commerce principles. Long-distance trade created prosperity without environmental destruction. Standardization reduced transaction costs. Quality control maintained reputation and trust. Economic systems served human needs. Local production met most daily needs. Long-distance trade focused on specialized goods and raw materials. Transportation was efficient and environmentally appropriate. Economic systems were scaled to available technology and resources. Craft specialization created efficiency without losing flexibility. Communities could adapt to changing conditions. Skills were transferable between related activities. Economic diversity provided resilience against disruption. Specialization and flexibility can be balanced. Social organization insights from Harappan culture suggest alternative approaches to modern social problems. Gender roles were more flexible than in many ancient societies. Women participated in economic and social life. Family structures adapted to economic needs. Community cooperation balanced individual achievement. Public goods served entire populations. Infrastructure was shared rather than privatized. Social organization supported both individual and community welfare. These principles remain relevant for modern social policy. Education systems preserved and transmitted knowledge across generations. Skills and traditions passed from parents to children. Community knowledge was shared and developed. Learning was practical and relevant to life needs. Education systems connected individual development with community needs. The Harappan example shows that complex civilizations can exist without extreme inequality or constant warfare. Alternative social organizations are possible and successful. Human societies can choose cooperation over competition. Peaceful prosperity is achievable with appropriate social systems. Environmental challenges can be managed through technology and social adaptation. Human creativity can solve environmental problems. Cooperation rather than conflict creates better solutions. Adaptation is more successful than resistance to change. The Harappan legacy demonstrates human resilience and adaptability. Cultures can transform while preserving valuable elements. Change does not require the loss of all traditions. Innovation and conservation can work together. Modern civilizations facing environmental and social challenges can learn from Harappan examples. Ancient solutions may inform contemporary problems. Human wisdom accumulates across centuries and cultures. The past provides guidance for future challenges. The Harappan story reminds us that all civilizations face challenges and must adapt to survive. Success requires balancing human needs with environmental limits. Cooperation creates more sustainable solutions than conflict. The lessons of the past remain relevant for the future. The lessons from Harappan civilization guide us toward better futures. But many mysteries remain unsolved after more than a century of study. The Harappan people guard their secrets carefully. Their undeciphered script keeps their thoughts and beliefs hidden from us. We have learned remarkable things about how they lived and worked. We know they built sophisticated cities with advanced infrastructure. We understand their craft techniques and trade networks. We see evidence of their peaceful society and environmental adaptations. But we still cannot read their writing or know their names. We do not understand their political systems or religious beliefs completely. We cannot hear their voices or know their stories. The human dimension remains largely mysterious. What we have learned reveals a civilization unlike any other. The Harappans achieved urban sophistication without monumental architecture. They created prosperous cities without obvious kings or palaces. They maintained peace for centuries without massive military forces. Their approach to civilization was fundamentally different from their contemporaries. Egyptian pharaohs built pyramids to display their power. Mesopotamian kings erected ziggurats to honor their gods. Chinese emperors commanded vast armies and elaborate bureaucracies. The Harappans chose a different path to civilizational success. They emphasized practical achievements over symbolic monuments. They focused on community welfare rather than individual glory. They built for functionality rather than display. The civilization's unique characteristics continue to puzzle scholars. Their peaceful nature seems almost impossible for such a large population. Their egalitarian tendencies contrast with other ancient hierarchies. Their environmental sustainability lasted far longer than most civilizations. Comparison with contemporary civilizations highlights Harappan distinctiveness. They were larger than early Egyptian settlements but left no pyramids. They were as old as Mesopotamian cities but created no epic literature. They were as sophisticated as any Bronze Age culture but developed differently. The Harappans proved that multiple paths lead to civilizational achievement. Human societies can organize themselves in many different ways. Success does not require following the same patterns everywhere. Cultural diversity creates different solutions to universal problems. Their peaceful coexistence for over 1,000 years remains their greatest mystery. How did they maintain unity across such vast territories? How did they resolve conflicts without warfare? How did they coordinate activities without obvious central authority? The significance of their achievements becomes clearer with each new discovery. They created one of humanity's first urban civilizations. They developed technologies that would not be matched for centuries. They established trade networks spanning continents. They demonstrated that human societies could be both sophisticated and sustainable. Their cities functioned efficiently for over 1,000 years. Their agricultural systems supported dense populations without environmental collapse. Their social organization balanced individual and community needs. The Harappan legacy influenced South Asian culture for thousands of years. Their innovations in urban planning, craft production, and social organization shaped later civilizations. Their religious and cultural traditions survived political transformation, yet much remains unknown about their daily lives and inner thoughts. We see their houses but cannot hear their conversations. We admire their art but cannot understand their symbols. We study their cities but cannot grasp their dreams. The undeciphered script tantalizes us with promised revelations. 4,000 inscriptions wait to tell their stories. Names, prayers, laws, and poetry lie locked in mysterious symbols. The breakthrough could come at any time. New archaeological techniques continue revealing Harappan secrets. Each excavation season brings fresh discoveries. Advanced scientific methods provide new insights. The story grows richer but remains incomplete. The enduring mystery reminds us of human limitations. Even our best science and scholarship cannot answer every question. Some knowledge may be lost forever. Mystery is part of the human condition, but the mystery also inspires continued exploration. Each unknown fact motivates new research. Each unsolved puzzle drives innovation in archaeological methods. Mystery fuels the quest for knowledge. The Harappan mystery connects us to the eternal human search for understanding. We want to know who we are and where we came from. We seek meaning in the achievements of our ancestors. We find inspiration in their struggles and successes. Their mystery reminds us that civilizations are human creations. People like us built those great cities. Individuals with hopes and fears developed those technologies. Families and communities created that remarkable culture. The mystery also suggests that our own civilization will someday puzzle future archaeologists. What will they make of our cities and technologies? What aspects of our culture will confuse them? What mysteries will we leave behind? The Harappan civilization speaks directly to our contemporary challenges. Their experiences offer guidance for modern problems. Climate change, urbanization, and globalization were issues they faced successfully. Their solutions remain relevant today. Climate change and civilization adaptation show striking parallels between ancient and modern times. The Harappans lived through significant climate shifts. They experienced increasing aridity and river course changes. They adapted their society to environmental challenges. Their response to climate change offers models for contemporary adaptation. They diversified their agricultural systems to reduce risks. They developed water conservation technologies. They migrated when conditions became untenable. Adaptation was more successful than resistance. Modern climate change poses similar challenges to those faced by ancient civilizations. Rising temperatures threaten agricultural systems. Changing precipitation patterns stress water supplies. Sea level rise threatens coastal cities. Environmental refugees seek new homes. The Harappan example shows that civilizations can survive environmental change through intelligent adaptation. Technology and social organization can address environmental challenges. Cooperation creates better solutions than conflict. Planning and preparation are essential for successful adaptation. Urban planning and sustainability lessons from Harappan cities guide modern development. Their cities were planned for long-term sustainability rather than short-term profit. Infrastructure served community needs for centuries. Environmental considerations were integrated into urban design. Harappan drainage systems were more advanced than many modern cities. Their water management integrated supply, distribution, and waste treatment. They understood the complete urban water cycle. Every house connected to public infrastructure. Modern cities struggling with infrastructure challenges can learn from Harappan examples. Integrated planning addresses multiple needs simultaneously. Investment in infrastructure provides long-term benefits. Community welfare should guide development decisions. The Harappan emphasis on public health through sanitation remains relevant. Clean water and waste management prevent disease. Public infrastructure serves entire populations. Health considerations should guide urban planning decisions. Cultural diversity and unity in Harappan society offers models for modern multiculturalism. They maintained cultural unity across vast territories and diverse populations. Regional variations enriched rather than threatened overall coherence. Local adaptation strengthened the civilization. Modern nations struggling with diversity can learn from Harappan examples. Unity does not require uniformity. Local differences can strengthen rather than weaken societies. Cultural diversity provides resilience and creativity. The Harappan balance between standardization and local adaptation guides modern globalization. Common standards facilitated trade and communication. Local variations address specific conditions and needs. Global and local scales complemented each other. Trade and globalization lessons from Harappan commerce inform modern economic relationships. Their trade networks were based on mutual benefit rather than exploitation. Different regions specialized in their advantages. Commerce created prosperity for all participants. Harappan quality control and standardization supported international trade. Common weights and measures facilitated fair exchange. Consistent quality built reputation and trust. Standards reduced transaction costs and conflicts. Modern international trade can learn from Harappan examples. Fair exchange benefits all participants more than exploitation. Quality and reputation are more valuable than short-term profits. Cooperation creates more wealth than competition. Environmental stewardship by Harappan society provides models for sustainable development. They lived within environmental limits for over 1,000 years. Their agricultural systems maintained soil fertility. Their water management prevented resource depletion. Harappan technology worked with natural systems rather than against them. They used renewable energy sources like solar and wind power. They recycled materials and minimized waste. They understood ecological principles and limits. Modern environmental challenges require similar approaches to those used by the Harappans. Sustainability is more important than maximum exploitation. Working with natural systems is more efficient than fighting them. Long-term thinking prevents environmental disasters. The Harappan social organization balanced individual achievement with community welfare. They avoided extreme inequality while encouraging excellence. Social mobility allowed advancement through merit. Community cooperation supported individual success. Modern societies struggling with inequality can learn from Harappan examples. Prosperity can be shared without destroying incentives. Community welfare and individual achievement can both be valued. Social organization can balance competing needs. Their peaceful coexistence for centuries offers hope for modern conflict resolution. Different groups can live together successfully. Economic cooperation prevents conflicts better than military force. Shared prosperity creates stability and peace. The contemporary relevance of Harappan civilization reminds us that human challenges are often similar across time and space. Ancient solutions may inform modern problems. Human wisdom accumulates across cultures and centuries. The past provides guidance for future challenges. As our journey through Harappan civilization draws to a close, let yourself settle into peaceful contemplation. We have travelled together through 5,000 years of time. We have walked the streets of ancient cities. We have witnessed the rise and transformation of a remarkable culture. The river of time flows from past to present to future. We are all part of this eternal stream. The Harappans lived their lives along these same currents. They faced challenges and celebrated achievements. They loved their families and built their communities. Time connects us across the millennia. The same sun that warmed Harappan cities shines on us today. The same stars that guided their navigation light our nights. The same human hopes and dreams that motivated them inspire us now. Our connection to these ancient people runs deeper than we often realize. They were not alien beings from a distant world. They were humans like ourselves. They shared our basic needs for food, shelter, love, and meaning. Their children played in courtyard homes just as children play today. Their families gathered for meals and shared stories. Their craftsmen took pride in their work. Their traders travelled to distant lands seeking opportunity. The Harappan mothers who ground grain in their courtyards were like mothers everywhere. They worried about their children's futures. They hoped for good harvests and peaceful times. They found joy in daily life despite its challenges. Their farmers who worked the fertile fields understood the satisfaction of growing food. They knew the anxiety of waiting for rains. They felt the relief of successful harvests. Their connection to the land was deep and personal. The merchants who travelled ancient trade routes carried more than goods between cities. They brought news from distant places. They shared stories and songs. They connected communities across vast distances. These ancient people built something beautiful and enduring. Their cities were marvels of planning and engineering. Their crafts showed artistic genius. Their society achieved remarkable peace and prosperity. The importance of preserving archaeological heritage becomes clear as we reflect on their story. Each artifact is a message from the past. Each excavated building reveals ancient wisdom. Each discovery connects us to our shared human heritage. Archaeological sites are libraries written in stone and clay. They contain knowledge that took centuries to accumulate. They preserve achievements that might otherwise be lost forever. They are irreplaceable resources for understanding humanity. When ancient sites are destroyed, we lose more than old buildings. We lose connections to our ancestors. We lose lessons that could guide our future. We lose parts of the human story that can never be recovered. Preservation is a responsibility we owe to both past and future. We honor ancient achievements by protecting their remains. We ensure that future generations can learn from ancient wisdom. We maintain the continuity of human culture. As you drift towards sleep tonight, carry these thoughts with you. You are part of the same human story that began thousands of years ago. You share the same planet that sustained ancient civilizations. You inherit the wisdom and achievements of countless generations. The Harappan story reminds us that human civilization is both fragile and resilient. Cultures can disappear, but their influence lives on. People adapt and survive even when their cities are abandoned. Human creativity and wisdom endure across millennia. Their peaceful cities offer hope for our troubled world. If ancient peoples could live in harmony for centuries, perhaps we can learn to do the same. If they could solve complex problems through cooperation, so can we. The eternal mystery of human civilization continues with each of us. We are all part of this ongoing story. Our actions today will puzzle and inspire future archaeologists. We are creating the heritage that future generations will study. Let the gentle rhythm of this ancient story carry you toward peaceful rest. Allow the mystery and wonder of human achievement to calm your mind. Rest in the knowledge that you are connected to something larger and more enduring than individual life. The Harappan people sleep beneath the earth they once cultivated. Their cities rest under the soil they once walked. But their story lives on in the legacy they left. Their influence continues in the cultures they helped shape. As you join them in sleep, remember that rest is temporary, but human achievement is eternal. Dreams connect us across time and space. In sleep we share the universal human experience of peace and restoration. The ancient cities may be silent now, but their message echoes through time. Human beings can create beauty and prosperity. We can live in harmony with each other and our environment. We can build things that outlast our individual lives. Sweet dreams carry you back through time to walk with these remarkable people. Let their wisdom guide your rest. Let their achievements inspire your dreams. Let their story remind you of the endless possibilities of human creativity and cooperation. The river of time flows on, carrying us all toward unknown futures, but we travel together, connected by our shared humanity and inspired by the achievements of those who came before us. Rest well in this ancient and eternal human story.